All right, so here's the thing. I don't know if this is working. So I don't know if anybody's seeing me. So it's just an impromptu stream. This is a 5K online bracelet event. I recently sucked out for the double. This one, well, don't worry about it. Since I didn't announce this, I mean, I'll throw it on Twitter. I don't even know if I should open this. Okay. First, I'm gonna have to find the link to share on Twitter. Oh. I assume this is gonna work. I haven't used this computer for streaming in a long time. It's not showing me an indication that. We'll just see. We'll find out. We'll find out together, guys. I don't even know how to find the link. I'm not logged in anything on this computer. So the software doesn't work on my PC, so I had to plug in my Mac to all my monitors and stuff. And well, you know, setup's not great. Get this link. How do I do that? Right. We're getting there. I'm getting old, I guess. Thanks for bearing with me. Throw some questions in the chat. We're on a little bit of a delay, but I'll then get to them and I'll have some more focus for you. And then once it's live, I'm confident that I'm streaming, and I'll post some more. Let's pull this YouTube over here. The Life Shoe Aquatic. Good to see you, Jason Parker. Hey. Again, right, we're gonna find out in 1 minute. I'm gonna find out in 1 minute if I've been streaming. You already know. Okay. I always get very tempted. Just maybe need to suit it in. You can rabbit hunt here, which. All right, hey, it works. It works. So now I'm gonna tell more people. Thank you, guys. Thank you, for everybody who's been here for 5 minutes while I've kind of said nothing. I appreciate you. And the stream will get better soon. I'm Probably will not add a second tournament, but I'll probably add a cash game table once I get the hang of this setup. Like I was saying, I plugged in a bunch of stuff. Quentin, good to see you, man. Okay, story. I don't even have a picture to use. How's everybody doing tonight? Today? Tonight. It's tonight, probably most places that people are watching. All right, here comes a chat. Thank you guys for chatting. All right, that will work. And I'm back. I'm here with you. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit distracted today. Explain. When I'm less distracted, can we pop out the chat here? Got to be away. Pop out chat. There we go. I had this really cool setup on my desktop done where I could put chat up here so I could be looking at you on a teleprompter. But when I switched to my laptop, I can't handle. It's effectively 3 monitors, and it's not letting me do that. All right, Luca, good to see you. Jason, glad the audio is working. Stevie Jordan, Xander. Curious, Xander says, curious, do you play any live WSOP events anymore? This year, no. Although I'm being talked into playing the main, and I'm probably going to. But I've been keeping busy, and well, there are a lot of reasons, but really, I don't like playing tournaments. That's the main reason, and it's gotten harder because of my new sleep schedule since becoming a dad. I'm just going to bed super early. I mean, tonight we're going to be up past my bedtime, hopefully, but yeah, they just mess me up, and I have so many like meetings throughout the week that getting on that night schedule just screws me up, and I have to reschedule everything, and it's kind of just a hassle. If there were great cash games that I'd love to play, I would move all my meetings and be on the schedule and mix tournament and cash games. But you know, I'm a cash game player, and the tournaments I basically play always have kind of played for fun. I enjoy bracelet hunting, and there were a few years where I went hard on that, but I don't know. They're not fun for me right now, so I'm not doing them. The Life Shoe Aquatic, is that the genuine or fake Timex? I would bet that's the fake Timex. But all the screen names are new here, at least in Nevada, because you know, they relaunched with this new software, which has more problems, but is also, you know, when it's working, certainly better. Luca, yeah, I brought back Mr. Sweets. It felt right. Eric just caught episode 1. Good stuff, Phil. Looking forward to future episodes. Thank you. We worked very hard on that. I was honestly, I mean, every episode we've watched over like 3 dozen times to give editing notes and stuff. I don't even like episode 1 anymore. It's a lot of like, it's a little uncomfortable because mostly like half of it's just people saying that I'm cool. But we wanted to, I mean, it just feels right in the documentary setting, docuseries, like setting the stage for people who don't know who I am. DNAGS joins. I assume that's the real DNAGS, who just won the 50K. Congratulations. That was epic and a long time coming. Steve, you know this 5K, this is right now. Callum Francis, hey, hey. Thank you. Not going to add the 215. I mean, so there's a 215. No, I'm not going to add the 215. I thought it might be fun to, oh, it's already gone. Never mind. All right, I'm going to look at the cash games though. Just so you guys know, I have a tendency to open too loose in these things, and I'm trying to control myself. All right, so somebody's sitting at 25.50. I actually don't even have I have 20K in this account, so we could bust the account tonight. And 20 No Limit Hold'em. I mean, I'm probably going to be an underdog at 10-20 No Limit Hold'em online. Haven't played that in a while, but I think that would be kind of fun. Let's see if there's a PLO game for me. Yes, I mean, I'm a sucker for PLO, so I'm going to try to see if somebody will play me heads up or if a game will form around me. And we'll just see. Stevie, have you spoken with Victor Isildur as of late? Yeah, actually, I connected with him recently, and we're due for a meetup. I mean, a lot of times when you make contact with somebody, I mean, I saw him briefly, but a lot of times when you connect with people after a while and you say like, "Hey, let's meet up while you're in town," you don't like end up doing it. But I think we're gonna do it. All right, we are sitting at. I have to work on my overlap here. Bear with me. Okay. The one rough thing about this is that on my Mac, it works smoothly, but it doesn't have sound. I love playing with sound. So not just the alerts, but like I love it all. I heard that if you restart your computer, it might help. So on a break, I might, oh no, I'll lose the stream. I guess I'm screwed. I'm playing without sound. Why not? Meanwhile, why is this not working? Open ace king. Oh, that's why. If I small bet again, it'll look like what it is, but I think that's just the play. Yeah, I should switch these hotkeys. However, small blind versus under the gun. I think we just, I mean, I'm just going to rip it. Not looking good, guys. We got one bullet left. I mean, it's only 2 bullets, I believe. Let's try again. And while I'm Adding a heads up yellow table. Ooh, I need to fix these settings. Gonna be potentially ignoring the chat for a little. Apologies. Check. It's not a bad turn. All right. How do I deal with tilt? In tournaments, I mean, yeah, in cash games you can leave if you're tilting. In tournaments you can't. Well, in tournaments, fortunately, they make you leave when you get stacked. This just feels like a jam. 20 bigs, right? I could call, but I think it's an all-in. Maybe we focus on PLO soon. Nope. Oh, you couldn't see. Okay. I'm such a fish. Let me put on the 4-table view for now. I know that this is hard to see. I can set up a 2-table. Let's try. Copy. Like I'm losing my action here anyway. But I'll still try to set it up. 2-table view. Okay. Paste this, throw it behind everything. I'm so tech savvy, you guys. I think 2-table view will end up being better. I have all these, so like this is an old Run It Once poker overlay, but it's all I had on this computer. I'll fix my face soon. Okay, is that this? Yeah. That's all right. All right, 2-table view. I'm going to, I don't know how to lock the banners on Elliott Rose A-Game Masterclass, which I would, but a lot of these banners are outdated. Can go either way on this flop. I'm gonna go with bet. Why do I prefer heads up? Asked Corey Dunn. Part of it is that this is what I played. It's what I'm used to, but I love the pace, and I love that it's like heavily focused on making reads on that individual opponent and adjusting to an individual opponent. That's my favorite part of poker. And I think my strength as well. Interesting type of hand here. I'm going to check, and I think I'm going to check pot. And then bluff diamonds. It's just a high equity hand. I expect him to make a lot of delay c-bets on the jack. And actually, is pot my sizing? Is pot my sizing? It doesn't have to be, but it is. And then, yeah, it's nice to be able to bluff diamonds. Because a lot of times when you check raise there, you have like a set or a very strong draw. And I mean, I had a pretty strong draw. But almost always the very strong draw has a flush draw with it. So it's nice to be able to have a very good bluff hand on. I shouldn't like to rabbit hunt, but I do. You know, a very, I probably shouldn't call this three-handed, but It's so pretty. And I'm only two tabling, so let's see. Okay, not bad. What was I saying? Oh, well, it's just, I think I kind of made the point. I think you get it. But it's nice to have a hand that can bluff diamonds, like, a very good one. I'm just going to pot. Pot's my only sizing here. And this is like the right amount of hand. It'll make a pretty good river bluff on non-hearts. Shamwell says, nice to see you're a Mac user. I actually usually am on a PC on my, like in my office. Now I need to adjust the bet size again. They have a like an auto open raise to a certain size feature, so I don't have to click twice. I actually use PC more than Mac. I mean, Macs are better, but I've gotten so used to PCs because for a long time, a lot of poker software only worked on Windows. And I mean, still some software is Windows only. Let's move me down a little so my head's not banging against the ceiling here. Oh boy. I really did it this time. Okay. Well, I probably should have bet that, but I was doing some things. Here's what we'll do. We'll just shrink me. No, not that. Unfortunately, after checking, I can't call a bet, and I don't like starting out going nuts with blockers without with a check raise and no hope to improve. I think it's just a losing proposition. You end up getting called by sets and two pair. You end up getting called by draws. You end up running into the nuts because you only block two of them. And yeah, I wonder if these people are playing specifically because I'm streaming. So I definitely play worse when I'm streaming. I'm not blaming you guys. Let's raise this one. I can't see how much I have behind. Also, what is... I'm seeing some kind of weird artifact. What is this thing? Oh, wait a second. Mic is doubled. Shoot. I'm sorry. Yeah, this view, I screwed up the mic. I probably should bluff here. I'm going to work against ace king. Yeah, sorry. There are a lot of, like, this is an old streaming setup. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the reason. But I feel like I see something down here. And it's annoying me because you guys are seeing some weird, I don't know what that is. Okay. Interesting flop. Like you hate to get check raised here, but you have a pretty good hand. I'm actually gonna go small. So like sometimes I have half pot only here. Sometimes I have third pot only. Lately, I mean, I don't play super regularly these days, and I just do whatever I want in every spot. Yeah, sorry about the audio. Why is that bringing up the lobby while I'm typing? Oh, the lobby just gets brought up. It just has a mind of its own. think pot here is probably the play. Ace 10. Gonna lay it down against under the gun. And unfortunately, I'm actually in a check raise. So I'm representing that I was bluffing with the Queen of Diamonds and I made a straight with like Queen of Diamonds 10. Because I think he's actually going to have a decent amount of flushes and then I get a nice check raise in. Obviously, it didn't work. You can't make that play every time, but works fairly nicely. He had the straight, so yeah, not going to work against the straight. I mean, actually, some people will try to bluff you off the chop there. Golden State, welcome, welcome. Yeah, okay. Shaking the rust off. Just half pot. Yeah. No, actually, this is the sizing. So early in my heads up PLO career, I went third pot on like with 100% of my range on a board like this, and I've since got a little more nuanced. This is an interesting turn. I'm not going to check. I know that. It's hard to rep a lot of bluffs here, but I think with this sizing, I can have some blocker hands. And the fact that I have the ace along with the jack 10 and then clubs as well, I think it's the type of hand that can do that. Call. He's probably going to have a flush like 40% of the time. So I certainly can't value bet my straight. I have no king, no 9. I only have 1 queen. So like I'm not going to call here against a bet. He just doesn't have enough hands to bluff with. And you know, I expect it like king 9 to check down. And it's just really hard for him to call twice without like king 9 plus and without a or a flush. Yeah, so he had a set of queens. It was trapping me on the flop, and I hit a very nice turn. Some people, I mean, certainly will bluff 2-pair there, but here's the thing: as I half pot. No, wait, I go third pot. Full, no, whatever. I do what I want. So in a lot of straight plus flush situations, when you call with a set or 2-pair, you can bluff on the flush rivers. But see on this board, and this is important, this is on this board, he folded. There's only one straight possible, jack 10. So compare that to a board of, actually, I guess I'll move it over here. Compare that to a board of, you know, queen jack 10, where there's 3 straights, ace king, king 9, 9 8. And there, a set is doing much more poorly on the river and can turn itself into a bluff, usually if it has a heart. But on this board, he's only really losing to king, king, and jack 10 or a flush that's calling. And so this is a reasonable spot to bet, but I'm going to check. It's like a bluff, kind of. I'm going to go for value here. Pot's the main sizing I'm going to use in this spot. Here I am timing out with king 5. Anyway, I think you get the point. I know that going on long tangents is not typical streaming style, but it's my style. Matthew says I sounded very commanding with the double. I assume it was just because I could see that it was 2 mic inputs going. Completed. I've been completing some kind of rakeback levels. Pretty cool. It's an interesting hand quality. I'm actually going to check call. It's not, bets maybe better. It's not strong enough to get in right now. I don't want to get it in right now. And if I bet, like I have a lot of hands in really bad shape and I want to keep those in. So now I'm actually going to go. Half pot is not a sizing I have here, but it's what I want to do. I want a half pot and then pot the river. Even though that's, I mean, it's fine. I think third pot, then pot river is the right kind of play with that hand. I could check as well, but I think not unblocking the ace is better not to check. Do I miss the full tilt days? Yeah, absolutely. Those were very, I mean, look, I obviously I did well, but the reason I did my audio still? Okay. The reason that I loved it so much is I could wake up any day and there was action at high stakes and I could go play online poker for high stakes, which is just like my favorite thing in the world to do. And these days, that's not the case, especially from Nevada, from Las Vegas. You know, there are not live poker games for me to play. There are not online high stakes games for me to play with any regularity. So yeah. Let's check this back. Showing this down, expecting to lose, but actually I win against Jack X sometimes. All right, we'll chop it up. So I did an experiment today. So I'm launching a group coaching program, a new one. I did a couple of group coaching programs called Beyond the Game, and they were awesome. But I kind of completely changed it, and it's going to be called Beyond the Game Expanded. I'm officially publicly launching it Monday or Tuesday for pre-sale. But I wanted to get to know some people on my newsletter list, email list, and I also wanted to see if I could like talk to them and get feedback on the program and learn if people are interested in it. So I sent out an email to like 1,000 people on the list and started talking about it with them. It's an interesting one here. And actually, like the first 1,000, I think I worded the email really poorly, and I got very few responses. And so then I did it again with like 2,000 people, but I changed the email, and like 1 million people responded. And so I've been spending the last like 32 hours emailing with people about that coaching program, but also just like where they're at in their poker journey. 9-5, not going to fold. I think I want to check raise fives, but I could. It's a very good hand. I don't think I want to jam this either. It's a pretty ugly spot because there are not really any turns that I'm thrilled to get my money in on. Anyway, I actually will be periodically responding to people while I'm playing here. And it's just a fold, I believe. Here's an interesting one. If I didn't block a 6, I would definitely bluff here. You can get away with having no leads on diamonds. In single raise pots, when flushes come in, like you don't lose much EV just not having a donking range. At least the last time I dug into that in Solverland. But obviously you can still do it sometimes. Jordan probably asks, any chance you could speak on having difficulty with approaching study? I'm playing quite a lot each day, but I find it difficult to have the discipline to study review, especially when losing. not an uncommon issue. Think about if ace four is a jam. Okay, no, it's not. Not an uncommon issue, Jordan, and I've talked to a lot of people about this. I think, look, when you want to, sorry, I just got really distracted because I need to move this. I need to move this higher so you can see the buttons. Okay. Hang on. Okay. So generally, you want to do the hardest things first. So the hardest things you're going to do in the day, you want to do them first because that's when you have the most willpower and discipline and focus. Now, it's a little weird as a poker player because then I would rather use my optimal focus to play poker, which leaves you with later in the day studying, which you're struggling to do because, sometimes you lose, and also because you run out of steam. Poker really takes it out of you, and it's also like a high dopamine, adrenaline activity, and so it's tough to study after that, or it can be, unless you're like super interested to review, which some people are. I am usually super interested to review stuff. What I would advise, if it's viable, is to have some play days and some study days. And honestly, even let's say you're playing 5 days a week, switching that to 4 days of play and 1 day of study, but like a lot of study during that 1 day, I think would be a great solution. And you could still, so one thing that I like to do, and this is more if you play in a small player pool, I do it for heads up and I love it. Easy check. I think he could value bet that river. Anyway, I like to just, when I finish a session, put on headphones, play some music, and go in my like poker tracker or Hold'em manager, or whatever you use, and pull up the session and put on like display all showdown hands, and then just play through every hand that we played. And I'm not taking notes. Sometimes something will strike me and I'll take a note, but mainly what I'm doing is looking for just getting a feel for how my opponent plays and thinks. It's just kind of like get that in my subconscious sort of thing. And it takes not very long. It doesn't take any energy or discipline to do. So maybe do that on the 4 days that you play. And then on the 5th day, nothing but study, and do the type of study that you really don't want to do early in the day. Oh, hey, Nate. Yeah, I remember. Oh, I busted with ace queen. I didn't even watch what happened. All right, cool. We get to play another PLO game, potentially. I guess we're just going to battle this guy if he lets us. He's not like he's bad or anything. Okay, reading the rest here. I got distracted. Oh, just good luck. Thank you very much. Hope poker's going well for you. I suspect it's I suspect it's going decently well. You seemed passionate, dedicated. Yeah. Is Quentin still in the chat? Quentin, if you're still here, can you change the title? I think I can, but I know that I technically can, but a little distracted. Because now, there's no WSOP bracelet. I don't want to disappoint people who show up and learn that I'm not going to win a bracelet tonight. 895. I don't think this is really a thing, but I'm betting third pot. didn't see that I lost in Omaha. Did I lose a big pot that I didn't know about? Whoops. I also want to see, I want to be checking showdowns. Okay, that's fine. Bluff with the 7 of diamonds and the king. Not going to bluff this 8 high, but I will on the river. Not anymore. Does this have a setting to not steal focus? Let's see if that works. Okay. Display. All right, we'll see if that works. Okay. We have nothing here and we get called. Kind of interesting to bet, liking the jack, but I think, it's not. Obviously bluff this, and I don't have showdown value, so I guess it makes a very good bluff. I'm going to go for it. Small bet here. I'm tempted to check call over here. Okay, bluff gets called. He has ace-9. Well played. But I mean, what better hand to bluff with than like a jack blocker that has no straight cards? Here we do get raised. Not thrilled, obviously. He can raise as thinly as ace jack here. I'm getting a little curious, but I don't know why I thought I was going to be able to email with people while I'm playing 2 tables heads up. And we'll check that back. This is actually a folding hand, but we can rabbit hunt. Great fold. So this is a value bet, but I'm not thrilled about it. He does seem like he's maybe liking to trap me a little bit. This up. King Jack too thin. What can I use to analyze hands on WSOP? Nothing, I think. All right, what you have here? Three, that's standard. King 9, this is an interesting one. We are getting raised. The question is, what do we want to do about it? I'm not, when he pots, I'm not thinking, I mean, I shouldn't raise anything. That's an unfortunate river because a lot of his bluffs, I'm sure, had clubs in them. All right, we got a table filling up here. Interesting. He's donking into me. Seems that the table filled up when somebody sat. Maybe it's him. So I'm gonna not try to bluff him. All right, let's fold king nine. I'm at the bottom of my range. This is how I'd play king king, nine nine, a lot of stuff. So thank you, Quentin. I think I'll stick with these two tables for now, even though this one's filling up. I'm not going to slow play this, even though I do block the board pretty hard. Interesting. I'm going to go pot and check back river. But you want some board coverage on board pairs, which he's going to represent after he calls. And I'm hoping he calls with like a 3-4-5 hand. You also deny some equity. Ace 7 here, I'm pretty unhappy about. How do I win? Deuce, deuce, king, queen. I mean, I don't really know how I win, but let's just see his hand. I want to get an idea of how this guy's playing. Okay. Ace 4 deuce, I'll check. Jazz, thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Carlos, what happened to the online bracelet hunt? Well, I'm out of the hunt that's unfortunately what happened. I think I have to go. Do I have to go for the bluff here? I think so. I think he's calling, but I'm giving myself 3-1. So. All right, this game's breaking. It looks like it was. They were there for that one person. It's too bad. I didn't realize I was in position here. That's make a difference. Kings without a club, I would check here. With a club, I bet. It just, well, it's one more clean out, the nuts. And it also just makes it less likely that I get played back at in some way. I do get played back at in some way. A lot of people are like, kings is high up in your range. It's much better to have, a 9 with a gut shot or a 5 with a gut shot. I would have blocked the nuts. You guys, well, not anymore. The initiation, I can't tell if your questions are serious, but you say, Phil, do you have any advice for a guy who has it all money-wise? Don't need money anymore, but I need something to make my life. Make my life to get up from my bed. I don't mean to say that I imply that it's a joke just because of that comment, which is obviously sad if true. Just you've been making a lot of jokes so far, I think. But I'll answer it anyway because, if it helps you, fantastic. And if it helps somebody else, also fantastic. I have known a lot of people who have kind of reached their financial goal, don't want for any more money. And while I don't expect anybody to feel sorry for them, it is a difficult place. It's thin, but it's a hard place to be because life is life's tough without purpose. On the right, I was just kind of protecting against flush draws, essentially. And potentially getting value from them. Life is tough without a goal, a mountain to climb. And so, I mean, my advice would be to find another mountain to climb. And it doesn't have to be financial if that's not what it would, do it for you. It could be writing a best-selling book, or I mean, there's no sense in slow playing this. I'm behind his value range, but ace, king, jack with nut clubs. So there we go. Nice hand. It's kind of what you expect to see there, but no regrets. I have enough money to rebuy. What are you talking about? I don't have much more. My chips. Okay. What are you talking about? Oh, it's all on the table. All right, I am broke. All right, here we go. So oh, I guess I had two 5K buy-ins, and I've been losing here. So let's see if I can deposit. An interesting one, 7-5. I'm gonna bet. It's a little bit non-standard. What are my deposit limits? Check it back now. Oh, my deposit limits are high. Check call here. I'm gonna bet half pot, because when I check back the turn, I'm representing like, not a huge hand. Thanks. Check raise. Okay. Oh no, I'm probably not logged in on this computer. All right, this could be a whole ordeal. Yeah. Okay. Next. This is a little thin, I think, with the king 10 6 5. No, that's probably good. Easy bet fold. What is he representing? I feel like I had the best hand, but I don't really see what can call me. And I don't know. Love to see a showdown. Okay, it's just air. Okay. It's got a 2FA everything. Let's check. So this is one where I have the board pretty crushed. I'm just going to check back. Oh no, he's leaving. Why do I have a crown? A crown, oh, because I would have made 4 of a kind. He says, good game. Good game. Well, we're having a technical problem where I can't deposit anyways. Let's, oh, the hand's still going on. I guess I should have taken his good game as a sign that he was going to fold. Hang tight, everybody. We'll join the waiting list for 1020 PLO. I will find action. People are watching. Oh, nice. Over 800 of you here. Yeah, I'll definitely keep on it. I will create action if I have to. Thanks for being here, hanging out with me. Uh-oh. It said, yep. So it said I tried to deposit 30K, and then it said it didn't work. So I did it again, and it turns out it worked twice. So now I got 60 more thousand to lose. Okay, so let's leave this table. Let's top up here. We're on the wait list for 1020. There is, I mean, we'll see what happens. By the way, if you know somebody who would love the opportunity to play me heads up while I'm distracted at 2550 or 5100, now's the time to hit them up. I would appreciate it too. Because otherwise I'm going to have to go play like 1020 no limit and not know what I'm doing. So we'll sit here and see what happens. Paradoxical Insanity says, good luck. Oh, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to read these. All right, we're getting some action. Okay. I'm trying to read chat, seeing if I might. How do I do this? No, whatever. It's fine. Half pot, can't call. All right. Does this guy want a 2 table? I don't want to be presumptuous, but he sat down on another table, so. I do apologize to whoever this is if I hit and run because I get a bigger game. Whoa. Okay. Don't like short stack tables. I realize he's bought in full though, so no worries. All right, still got action. And let's see. I'm trying to make the chat more visible so my face is not like looking all the way over here. Yeah, I'm on a 5-minute delay. Probably now that it's cash, I could be on less of a delay, but it's too late. So Luke asks a tough question, how you feel about this online platform. I also play there and kind of like it. So I don't know yet. It's a big improvement. Like this gameplay is a huge improvement over the last WSOP.com here in Nevada. Except sound's not working for me on Mac, and on my PC, it just is completely unplayable. So once I get the kinks worked out, I think gameplay feels pretty nice. I'm very big into like the feel of the game, not just what features you have and stuff like that. Just like, I think it matters a lot how it feels when you play. Okay, he's leaving. I think it matters a lot how it feels. So I'm gonna leave this table too because it's not the kind of table I want to play at. How do I know if these are like short stack or deep stack tables before I click anything? But anyway, I think this platform has potential for sure. Once I get the kinks worked out, I certainly know what that's like as a business owner. I've run a poker site that, well, I think an amazing look and feel, but at first I dealt with a lot of bugs, and that's just how it goes. I think bluffing here is the way to go. I'm gonna go full pot. Kenito, I feel really enjoying your videos, especially the production quality on them. Keep it up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Team has worked very hard. We, for those who don't know, we just released part 1 of a 4-part docuseries on a Friday, and it's okay, GG. The first episode is actually the worst, so if you like that, it's only going up from. People have liked it a lot, but I don't like it as much as the others. So the next one comes out next Friday, and yeah, better and better. LeBron asks, when you 2-table versus the same opponent, do you ever pick up any reads on which table they act on first? I have not. It's been very rare that I've picked that up. I don't think there is. I think most players don't have that tell, and I think the ones that do, it's pretty hard to figure out. So I actually can't remember a time in the last like 15 years that I've tried to make that read. It's just one of those, you're going to get a lot of noise, and so just, separating the signal from the noise is not easy, and you're going to waste a lot of time and energy potentially trying to do so. So I tend to not. But I'm all for, trying to make reads in one way or another. I don't have high stakes PLO8. Okay. All right, we get check raised. This is a very good hand to have. It's reasonable to click it back with this. I'm just going to call. Having the ace makes it more likely he's bluffing with something. This makes me think he's either got ace 4 or turn to draw, or has like, ace jack 5 deuce or something. I think it's a good range to bet against with my hand. Do I only 2-table nowadays? Heads up. No, I can 3-table heads up PLO. I mean, it depends on the site, really. I think 3 tables would probably be my sweet spot, but most of the opponents I played don't want to. They want a 2-table. I don't know if I could handle 4. So this is some small nuance, but with the backdoor nut flush draw, I'm more likely to bet small and keep in more hands. In practice, it doesn't really matter, or it matters a little bit, but that's I believe how it works in theory. Jack high flush, easy check on the turn. Facing half pot, I'm obviously not folding, but I'm not thrilled. He will have some like 7 high flushes that are checking back the river. He'll certainly have some bluffs, missed straight draws and such. Blocking the jack is a little bit helpful. In a lot of ways, the ace is actually like can be bad against certain opponents because they just never like to bluff when the nuts change. And then they feel like they can't rep it. But of course, they also have fewer value combos, so you need to decide what kind of opponent you're up against. That's where I think opponents really differ. Interesting, he had Jack 9. And like this is actually a pretty good play. I don't know why I said actually, like it's ridiculous. I wouldn't do this every time, but it's nice to put a bet in here and get value, get protection, and connect with board pairs. I like that play. This table filling up. Let's hit a 5100 table just in case. You never know. Sometimes. Is there one that's not short? That. Both short, I guess. Okay, whatever. Sometimes there's somebody in the lobby who's just wants to play big and they're not going to bother if it's 10, 20, 25, 50, but they might bother for 5100. It's free roll. Andrew says we'll play anywhere that lets him convert from BBs to chips. Yeah, that's a good feature. I mean, for tournaments, I don't care about it too much in cash games. This is a loose open. I think it's probably too loose. But we've got one table. So, what are you going to do? Very interesting flop when 4 people see the flop. I think I need to push some money into this pot. Kyle Corbett asks, which poker platform has the best feel these days, in your opinion? I was talking earlier about how important feel is to me. You know what? I haven't played on GG. And by the looks of it, I would guess that GG would be the only one I would put up against while Run It Once's software, which will be coming to the US under a new brand name. And I'm a little lost here. It's just a weird spot. I guess I'm going to check. I mean, like, I have a good hand, but I can't go 3 streets, and I don't really want to let kings raise me on the turn. And if I bet, I'm going to fold out, jack high flush draws. So I think checking's the play. The crazy thing is, like, if I didn't have the gut shot here, it's probably a fold against most people. It's never a fold in theory, but he just got better, and all I have is the flush draw. Yeah, I think I have to lead. It's pretty hard for me to be bluffing here, but when the queen comes in too, because I'll have like ace, queen, jack that, do I really want to bluff ace, queen, ace, jack, 10 with the ace of spades? Do I really want to bluff that? Or I mean, I wouldn't bluff the straight. So yeah. Fancy is here. Phil is someone who's had their own poker room. Maybe you can answer. How does so many poker rooms have absolute garbage looking UI? Overstars GG don't like the only ones that look decent. Well, it depends. There are a couple of reasons. So one reason is just technical debt. So you've got a platform that was built 10, 20 years ago, and it works well. It handles high volume. It's got the features, and like making something scalable is not an easy task. So, I mean, I don't have any bad things to say about well, whatever. I like a lot of things that Party Poker has done, but I think their platform falls under this category where it is really effective, but in my opinion, UI is not great, and they, I believe, just have a very old code base that can handle large tournaments. It has all the features, all the bells and whistles that they need, for back office reporting, for creating tournament schedules. There's a lot that goes into a poker site. It's like a multi-year development project with a lot of developers. So it's usually not viable for them to update that code base and turn it into like a killer platform. I will say though, it's interesting because UI can kind of be slapped on stuff if you do it right. But I'm not super technical. But anyway, I think it's like that's usually the reason that they would have to start over effectively and spend a few million and a few years potentially rebuilding the platform. And obviously, they're big enough to do it. And, some other sites might not be, but they're big enough to. You didn't mention Unibet, by the way, which I think has a nice interface. I've only tested it like 5 years ago, but yeah, I liked it. Anyway, I think that's usually the reason. And, the one other reason for some is that they don't have good UI taste. And another reason, which is kind of related to the first, a lot of like online poker, if you're not, very successful, is not a very lucrative business. So, I mean, especially regulated online poker. Unregulated, they can make some more money. And, if you look at, poker platforms, poker companies that are like large companies that offer sports betting, casino, bingo, a bunch of stuff, and poker is like 2% of their revenue or something. And so, where are they going to put their development efforts and their best developers and their budgets? They're not going to put them towards poker, generally speaking. And I think poker has a lot of value for them beyond what some people may see, although I think most of them get it. But yeah, it's just not a priority for a lot of these bigger companies that have multiple verticals. Thank you for the question, though. I like talking about stuff like that. I'm going to fire some live tournaments, asks Victor. I think I'm going to play the main, and I think that will be it. I haven't played the main in, I think, well, it was pre-COVID. I don't know if I played in 2019 or not, but I definitely haven't played since 2020. So the main's an awesome tournament, but it's so long. And I remember back in, I don't know, 2009, I made, no. Was that 2009 or 2011 or 12? I don't know. Around the 2010 era. No, it wasn't 2012. Whatever. Just like remembering milestones in my life. I got like 150th or something, which was, I don't know, day 6 or 7. And I was like, truthfully, when I busted out, the main thing that I felt was relieved. It was like, it's very intense. And I was a lot younger than I am now back then, a little over 10 years younger. And I was just exhausted. I was dead. It's brutal. So like, that's a very good outcome, is getting 150th. And I don't know if I made like 60K or something, which is nothing to sneeze at, but it's like for a 10K tournament and going that deep, it's not that much. And so like, that's like one of the great outcomes, or like one of the best outcomes. Obviously not the very best. Final table is where it's at. But I didn't even enjoy that. So that's why I haven't been playing the main, but some people that run it once, and my wife have talked me into it, I think. So I will be there, and I will try. I'll try my best. Victor asks, is there an ETA for the new Run It Once? There is, in my head, but back when Run It Once, so we sold to RSI, which runs, you may know them like by BetRivers, casino and sportsbook, and we've been working with them to rebuild and integrate update. I mean, really finish our poker platform, because at the time that we shut down, we weren't done with multi-table tournaments, which is pretty critical. Anyway, before we sold, it was my company and I could say whatever I wanted on stream. I could just decide to tell you something, but it's not my company anymore. And so I can't just decide off the cuff that I'm going to spill some info without getting the sign off from above. I would love to, though. I always prefer to be transparent. Looks like we're second on another wait list. I don't know. I'd like to play another table. So I guess, do I add this 10-20 no limit? Or do I add this 25-50 no limit and hope it stays heads up, because I love heads up and higher stakes, even though I'm sure this person is a better no limit player than me, given that it hasn't been my thing for 15 years. All right, we open under the gun. We flopped pretty poorly. If we're playing heads up, obviously this has a lot of components going on. But yeah, here it's just, David asks how often I'm releasing the Galfon videos. It's a good turn. I'm actually going to check. I think somebody's going to stab at this a little bit too often. 1 a week is the plan. So we launch on Friday. The next one comes next Friday. Next one's my favorite, personally. And yeah, we'll continue week to week. So the question is, do I want to slow play? And I kind of think the answer is yes. I just feel like I feel like he's bluffing a lot. It's a pretty good river. He is unlikely to have checked the flop with 10-9 on a rainbow Jack 8-4 flop. Certainly not impossible. Interesting sizing to not go pot. I'm tempted to raise. I have to get called by something. We're going to go for it, because I just think, like, he could even fold 6-7. He could call with queen 10. Chop it up. Was not bluffing. That's a very loose call. Pre-flop. How do you take notes on this thing? Let's just do that. Loose call. Actually, that is not very visible, is it? Cool. Let's play some heads up, no limit hold'em. What's the worst that could happen? Bubba asks how much trouble I got in with my wife when I said I was a better cook. I didn't get in trouble. I don't get in trouble too often, fortunately, thankfully. Plus, she's probably watching right now. Same TBH asks about the main differences between PLO 4-card and 5-card. And to be honest, I've almost never played 5-card, so my answer would be pure guesswork. I am very confident at 4-card PLO. I'm not confident at 5-card. I mean, it might be fun to figure out, but. Egon says, let's play some PLO 8 too. I tried to open the PLO 8 lobby, and they didn't have anything above. I have a filter set for 10-20 or above, and it looks like there was nothing there. All right, so we got on this other table. How do we want to do this? I'm about to lose this hand at No Limit Hold'em. Okay, I'm thinking. By the time, well, I guess I'll still ask you all. Would you prefer I play this heads up no limit hold'em? Would you prefer I engage more with chat? Because there is kind of an either or situation there, given the, Okay. So there was a time. Why is this not? Sorry, I'm trying to do something off screen. I'm trying to make this table bigger and it doesn't want to. Well, hang on, because I have a full house on this table. Can you see it? I know I can't hear you, so. Okay, we'll call here, we'll fold here, and we'll find my table where I have a full house. Excuse me for the mess. So I check raise flop. This is kind of a he opened button, I defended big blind. It's not really like a super standard check raise. I mean, it's fine to check raise. It's good to check raise, but it's not like a monster that I'm looking to get a ton of money in with. Check call here with the 10 high flush draw. Two X pot. I don't think we can call with the flush draw and gut shot, or a little. I mean, he's not 2X potting, but I guess it's closer to 150. Don't think we can call 10 high. Like 27% to hit or something. And, you know, 10 high is not going to be the best hand. Would we have hit? No. Great fold. Peekaboom says, in 2009, I think I watched more Galfon videos than actual movies. Good. I hope it paid off. Although, I mean, movies wouldn't have helped you, right? In 2000 says felt the same way when I busted day 6. Relief. Know where you're coming from. I could see that being a sarcastic comment because some people would be very thrilled to make day 6, but also it could be genuine because that's really what it felt like, and I think it does feel that way for a lot of people. Salvatore, no, I didn't even know the 25K PLO was today, but I didn't want to play. I didn't want to play any tournaments this summer live, and got roped into the main, but just going to keep it at that. I was talking about it earlier in the stream. I just, it's too hard with a lot going on, and thrilled about this Jack 9 situation, Jack 5 situation. I'm actually going to call here. I'm beating bluffs. Because I'm like a real business person now with a bunch of obligations and content creator, I have I have meetings during the week at a lot, and so when I it was actually pretty interesting. Pretty suspicious. He's really just repping a 3 or like, I don't know. I want to see it. It's a 3, yeah. So it had to be like a week 3. I'm pretty good with that call. Oh, the hit and run. That's okay. He made my decision for me. It's fun while it lasted, though. I kind of lost my train of thought, but basically, like, I have like a schedule. I have calls every Monday, calls every Tuesday, calls every Thursday, and like I like to stack them together. And so once I go play a tournament, you know, first of all, just making day 2s and stuff will throw me off, and I'll have to miss stuff. But also, just it gets me so off schedule that I'll have to change everything around. I would love to be more active in poker right now, but there's just nothing for me to play in Las Vegas. with any regularity, that is of any interest to me. It's a good idea to play 8-hour sessions daily. My concern is that it may be impossible to keep good focus for so long. So this is interesting. I remember I was having a conversation with one of my coaches, Elliot Rowe, and this was like 8 years ago, maybe. And it came up in conversation, just like playing. Everybody says heads up now. Sorry, he quit. Just like that question of focus and, you know, increasing focus and so on, performance, etc. Oh, he's back at No Limit. Okay. He was taking a break, so we're going to switch that back. You guys have spoken. I'll move the table shortly. Anyway, and he was like, you know, most of my clients play check raise. Most of my clients play like 2-hour sessions and then take a break for 2 hours and play another 2-hour session, and that's it. And it blew my mind because when I started playing poker online, like it was always, I don't think I can go full pot here. I don't have time to explain that. When I started playing, it was always just like, you know, you play just sit down and play 10 hours, you know? And so it was very foreign to me. And I usually feel pretty good for a while playing online. I know that I've worked with a lot of students in Beyond the Game who struggle with volume and struggle like putting in more than those couple of sessions, or even like a 2-hour session and then not feeling up for the next one. And I think that as far as what's right or what is best, it's really tough to say. I think it varies for everybody, and it varies, like, in large part, one of the most important things is how tough the games are. Because if you're playing in relatively soft games, where your B game is going to have a high edge, then putting in volume is going to make you more money. But if you're playing in tough games, which was the case for one particular person I'm thinking of who really struggled with volume, it becomes more important to, well, be at peak performance. And so I don't know. I don't feel like my game drops off too much after, let's say, 6 hours. I think this is an overbet spot, right? I mean, all spots are overbet spots, but I think this is a good overbet spot, is what I was trying to say with my hand. Because he can't have any of the straights. I can have all the straights. I can also have all the boats and trips. He's rarely going to have a boat. He's rarely going to have better trips than this. Right, he had Jack 7, which I thought was not supposed to slow play very often. So maybe he can have more boats than I thought. All right, another question for you. So we've got this 2-table view. I can go on a 4-table view where I'm playing another 10-20, or I could stay here so you guys can, you know, depending on what kind of screen you're watching on, can see in more detail. 3-bet ace jack, and man, like here is where, like, theory wise, I'm just lost. A good bet sizing. I mean, I think small and big work. think bigger makes sense here if you bet. I don't want to bet my hand. Quest asked if I got demonetized. I don't know. Don't think so. Tim saying Jared Blesnick was saying Chidwick and Haxton are weak at PLO. I think he's right, or is he just being Jared? I think he believes that. I mean, no. I actually haven't played much with Chidwick in a long time. He certainly was good many, many years ago at PLO. And Ike is very good still today. So, I mean, I think he's wrong. I don't know to what degree he's wrong, but I think he's wrong. All right, what were we up against with Ace Jack? He had Ace 9 suited. Weaker ace. Go either way. I don't know if weaker trips are supposed to raise or stronger trips. I would imagine the solver mixes like a bit with all of them, so they're not clear blocker effects. I mean, they're all like very similar in hand strength because it's just rare with 2 cards to have the 1 remaining 6. I mean, I guess I just call. I don't think there's much to consider. When he overbets turn, though, if he like bombs river, he's representing better than my hand. But the 1 street overbet could just be like a queen. I don't think it is. I think probably had like deuce 4 and river to pair or something. Let's see. No, Jack 8 flush draw gave up, which makes sense. Yeah, I think I like betting this. I'm a no limit fish. I think I started saying earlier there was a time several years ago where I studied heads up no limit for a little bit because when I was doing my challenges, I was hoping somebody would want to play heads up no limit. But I didn't get that far, and nobody wanted to play except for like Linus, so I was not interested. So I like vaguely remember a few things. But I can't say anything with authority, you know, or it shouldn't. Sal asks, Phil, is the 3K, 6K game at Bellagio good? Why not play that during the series? I don't know how good it is. You know, it varies week to week and summer to summer. I am not good at horse. So I'm good at, well, I'm very good at PLO. I think I'm quite good at triple draw. If they have single draw in there, I'm fine. And then No Limit Hold'em, I mean, I'm better than them generally. Gonna pot this. But then at Limit Hold'em, Limit 08, Stud 8, and Raz, I'm pretty bad. I never got good at those games. I was playing in a mix game for a few years that was called Big Bet Mix, where we were playing, you know, Pot Limit 08, Pot Limit, Pineapple, like a bunch of weird games. But none of them were limit games, and I did quite well in that game. Actually, eventually the game stopped running, and they mixed it, made it half limit games, half big bet games, and then I stopped doing well. So it's not a good game for me, is the answer. If it was a good game that ran year round, then that would give me the motivation to get good. It's kind of an interesting one here. I might check raise, see if I can like make kings bet fold. It's a really strong hand on this board. I forget, I always lose my train of thought when I'm multi-tabling, but yeah, if I'll check one more time. Actually, I know it's certainly good enough to value bet, but anyway, if I yeah, I would have motivation to study if that was like a game I could regularly play in. And I think I could get good enough at those games to make it worthwhile, but that's just not the case. So I haven't prioritized that. Okay, we got some mixed results on the 2 table, 4 table, 2 table, 4 table, 2 table. This is very split. I think that's a call. I'm not sure. Keep a 2 table while the one's heads up. Every heads up spot is interesting. Yeah. For what it's worth, I think 2 tables the right decision. So that's what we're going with. And I don't know about this bet, but we made it. And like I would drop the other PLO table, but I want to play it because I don't want to lose it in case I lose this heads up game. And I would like, oh, there's another PLO. And added to the waitlist does anybody know if these kind of explode if I have too many tables? Because I've heard that. He's telling me to hurry up. I'm streaming, dude. I've heard that too many tables can make it explode. So I gotta play fast. I'm gonna lose my action. This guy's probably better than me. Check this one. Tempting. My God, Phil's running good on No Limit. Yeah, I am. I made a lot of hands. I think bet turn, check river unless I improve makes sense. It's actually maybe it's a bet. Yeah, it's probably a bet. How often does he have ace X? Now, see, this is where like, studying would come in handy. This seems close to me, and I don't know what side of the line it falls on. I was right, clearly. Vegan Mav asks, why did I open Jack 9, 5, 6 double suited under the gun? It's because I'm too loose for ring game PLO. All my play the last like 6 years in PLO has been heads up. 5 years. So I don't even remember pre-flop ranges for 6x PLO. I feel quite comfortable, adjusting post-flop, but yeah, not shocked if I'm too loose in some spots. I definitely like err on that side because everything looks great to me when, at a heads up PLO, you 3-bet like 20% almost, or sometimes you can, depending on the structure. So like everything looks good to me. Trying to read those emails that I was telling you about earlier. Which is probably a bad idea when I'm going to lose my action. This is live. Well, it's not live technically. It's on a 5-minute delay. Well, kind of don't believe him. But he probably, I mean, I'm not supposed to call this hand. I guess he has a 9. I don't know. Checking some messages. I'm not logged into anything on my Twitter on my computer, so I'm going to see if people are responding to the, the announcement that I'm streaming. Love to get more people in here while we're here. Very glad you are all here with me. We are up to 900. Nice. I actually said up to, I was wishful thinking before I saw the number. All right, let's bump it up. EMAC, you're very welcome. Luis, Phil just subscribed to your newsletter. Amazing stuff. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for subscribing. I like the newsletter is the main thing. Well, second main. So it has been the main thing I've been focusing on this whole year. And I put a lot of time and energy, heart and soul into it. And I mean, it doesn't like make business sense yet, but I think it will someday. And like the more people who sign up and read it, the more worth it is for me to continue putting a lot of time and energy into it. So I really do appreciate it because I love to write, and like I love to write. The amount of time I spend on it is not super practical from a business perspective right now, but I don't know, the more people who sign up, the more practical it will become. And so I appreciate people who do sign up because it gets me closer to, making this something I can do long term. And I feel like now I'm still very focused on that, but I got a group coaching program launching next week that I'm, pre-launching next week. It's going to become my main focus, but I'm not going to stop the newsletter. Evan, you're very welcome. Thank you for the support and the kind words. Check call here with top pair, open ender, 6 of hearts. Small bet is kind of interesting. I never mean bad. Well, I don't never mean bad. I don't mean bad when I said it this time. Looks like I keep timing out on the other table. Interesting. I'll fold. It's certainly, so like when people tell you that a sizing is bad, I think they're usually wrong to say that, in my opinion. A lot of sizing strategies can work. It's just about having a coherent strategy and knowing what you're doing and having a reason for choosing the sizing or sizings that you are. Bet bottom 2 here to just fold out like queens, which has a lot of equity against me. You don't get check raised too often on ace 9 deuce when you're the pre-flop raiser. And if I do, I have an easy fold. Now it's really interesting. So heads up, this would be a bet. But button versus small blind and 6 max, I think it's too I think it's too ambitious. I think I just get called and wrecked. He's going to get mad I'm playing too slow. Let's check it down. King, queen. Might win. Nope. David Taylor asks, what is the best way to study? So I think that depends a lot on what level you're at and what your goals are. So interesting, betting 50. I mean, I think queen high is a call against 50. I'm not going to think too much about it. Nice hand. If you're more of a beginner playing smaller stakes, I think that something structured is the best way to, well, the best tool to study. So I think courses are best. Obviously, I've made a beginner course. It's on Run It Once. But I would say invest, and it's super cheap. I would say invest in a course. You could also invest in a book, but something structured is much better for like non-experts. So for example, watching this stream, I mean, I try to make this more educational than almost all streams, maybe all streams. I don't know if I succeed in doing that, but I try. But even that, like, you need something structured to take you from A to Z. When I'm just talking about these individual hands and you don't have the context, first of all, I don't know what level you're at, so I'm speaking to kind of everybody at the same time. I'm speaking on a higher level than I think, generally speaking, on a higher level than I think beginners should learn at. Although I try to make it make sense. Interesting. I mean, it's not a crazy call, but I don't think it's a call. Anyway, okay, so that's for beginners, something structured. For as you move up to intermediate like experts, I think tools and coaching, like one-on-one or group coaching, tend to be the best. And then in like intermediate, it's kind of a mix of the two. And also, like, when you're intermediate, watching, like, joining Run It Once Elite, where we have just a bunch of training videos by many of the best players in the world, but they're not structured. They're kind of one-off, whatever they want to be talking about. That is, I think, I'm going to bet turn check river. I think that's really good for intermediate plus, but not as good for beginners. And then on top of all of those things, I think the best way to learn is to learn with peers. So whether it's a study group that you kind of find yourself or get put in, this is why I'm like passionate about the group coaching thing. I just think it's a big hack, but whether it's something that you like pay to get in, or you just find people who want to work, I just think that at every level, that's just a huge growth hack in poker, in like business and whatever. Learning with other people is key. And I would say it's important to remember that you don't need to learn from people better. Like, don't just wait for people who are better than you. You can learn a lot from people who are not as good as you, as long as they are, asking the right questions, they're putting in work. Everybody's at every skill level kind of has a place on a team to learn. And then coaching, like at every level, one-on-one coaching or group coaching, I think at every level is really valuable. But all right, we got some stuff. Got a seat open on another PLO table. I don't know if I don't want to play. I've got enough going on. Yeah, so that's the answer to that question. Jordan asked if I live in Vegas. Yes, I do. Just saw episode 1 of your series. Seems pretty good. Thank you. The next episodes are better. A lot of people really liked it, and even like the rest of the people on the team who made it, I think it's great. I've seen it so many times, and it's too. It's just very about me. Let's show this down. But anyway, yeah, the next ones are, I think, really awesome, and the production quality is so high. We hired a really good, or I mean, I hired. Well, I guess we did. It was my wife's idea, the whole thing. Really talented director editor, who's made it awesome. Seems like a full with deuces. Maybe not. Zane, thank you. You're liking the videos too. Jamon, good to see you, and thank you. I'm glad you liked it. It's a lot to me. Yeah, like I was saying, I'm excited for the next one to come out. Raheem asks, Phil, can you share some Ivy and Doyle? I assume you mean stories. Well, for Ivy stories, I put every real Ivy story I have in a video on this channel. I think it's titled "Why Phil Ivy's the Goat," which actually, coincidentally, my team titled it that. I would actually think Doyle's the GOAT. I think Ivy's currently number 2. But, obviously, there's a very good argument for him being number 1. Doyle, when I played the Big Bet Mix, for those of you who've been tuned in on the stream and heard me talk about it so far, I played with Doyle a number of times in that game. And so the Big Bet Mix, it was a game that, like, basically nobody over 45 came in and won. There are some exceptions, but basically not. And Doyle at 85 at the time, I think, was probably the best. The players who came in, before my generation, and he was much older than the others, and I think he was a winner in the game most of the time he was playing, even though like sometimes he would misread his hand, but he's just so. He was. I mean, unfortunately, we lost him recently. He was so. I don't know, just like his poker sense was so good. And obviously, he's developed it over years and years, and there's a lot of intuition that comes into play there. But this is an interesting one now. I mean, I think he's not going to bluff. And I'm not going to bluff. Like, I don't know. He can't get more money. That's kind of the moral of the story. Let's let him try to bluff. But I asked him one time, Doyle, if. Okay. So, I mean, I think I lose, but I'm going to call. I'm not folding a jack-eye flush here. Okay. I'm actually going to jam. Represent a hand like ace-10 or ace-4. When I check call queen 10-4, like I have showdown value. So I think, especially if he knows I suck at no limit, I don't think he would expect me to find the bluffs there. Anyway, I asked Doyle, like, I mean, basically the way I said it, I said, back when you were my age and younger, were you just like miles ahead of the next best? And he he very humbly kind of confirmed that, and the way, and I just like, just because I suspected that because of how good he is now in today's game and how much poker's progressed since then. He just had to have been so far ahead. And the way he said it was, um, Phil, you have to understand that back then I was the only educated person playing poker. So like he went to college, and most of the people playing poker were, you know, rebels. Outlaws. It's a cool word. Stuff like that. So he felt that that gave him a big advantage. I mean, I think it was his intelligence and card smarts that gave him a big advantage. I don't know about 10-9 here. Rudy Randolph says, what drives you to continue to run a business, coach, and play poker at a high level? I love that question. Thank you. So I think in the past, I suffered from trying to do too much. It's an interesting sizing. And, this is very common. Well, whatever. A very common thing that people fall into where, you see a good idea, you hop on it. You see another good idea, a good opportunity, you jump on it, and so on and so forth. And so I think I fell victim to that. I started running once training because I just loved to coach, and there wasn't like it wasn't that you're actually going to hear me talk about this a little bit in the next episode on Friday. But it wasn't like I wanted to be a businessman. But, then I was running a business. And for a while, like Run It Once training, I wasn't running the business. I was playing a part in all the big decisions. I had a co-founder, and still do. And he ran the day-to-day, and we made big decisions together. I vetted all the coaches, but I still was a full-time poker player in my eyes. And then as we took on more projects, because, ooh, that looks like a good opportunity. That looks like a good opportunity. I was kind of just forced to get more involved because there was just too much, or I felt forced to get more involved. Obviously, it was my choice, but there was just too much going on and too much to keep up with for the team to keep up with. And so then it kind of happened. We've dropped a couple of the businesses we were working on and sold Run It Once Poker. I don't think this is a call with King High against that sizing, but I'm not sure. I'm still involved, but it's not like I don't own it. I'm not the boss. I'm not like doing everything. I'm a consultant and will be an ambassador when we launch. And then coaching. So I have gotten some time back, and again, I don't want to spoil next week. I mean, this isn't really a spoiler to anything that was impactful or big next week, or suspenseful. The coaching thing was born out of me getting coached. So, like, I
ran out of poker to play in Vegas. I did not have quite as much or really nearly as much business stuff to do. Because Run One's training still kind of operates without me. I'm involved, but only as much or as little as I want to be. But anyway, so I had some time, and that's actually why I started to create content. Is I had some time, and I was like, what can I do to add value to myself as an ambassador, to add value to Run It Once, and like continue to contribute to poker without playing too much. I mean, I was still playing a little bit, and I still want to play, but I need to find challengers or games. Anyway, so I started the content creation, and I mean, he can certainly have this. I don't know if this is a 3-bet or not. It's probably not, but here we are. Okay. Anyway, that's how I got into content creation. The coaching. So I had, I've hired coaches my whole career, starting like 1 year into my poker journey. And I have always felt it was a good investment. And I had coaches, who focus on strategy. I have coaches who focus on mindset, performance. One of my earliest well-known coaches, Tommy Angelo, you might be familiar with, and a lot of you are familiar with Elliot Rowe. I've also worked with other people on Elliot's team, and literally every time I've invested in a coach, I have not regretted it. I thought it's been worth it. And I more recently got into hired more coaches. And I've gone through phases where I've had a lot of coaches. I've had health fitness coaches for a while, on and off. And I had a coach for a while when it came to content. I like getting coached, and I got into now I'm in 3 different group coaching programs aimed at varying degrees of business, career, life coaching, all kind of a few things along that spectrum, depending on which group you're talking about. And all of them have been, again, well worth it. And I got inspired by a couple of the programs, really, to start. Okay, wait. Can I check raise this? Lose to exactly 6-6 and ace-6. I still think I can check raise it, yeah. I got inspired to try some group coaching because it was just so impactful for me in my life. And I had learned so many skills, both from running a business and getting all this coaching, that I wish I had had when I was, he had a 6 and he didn't value bet. That's bad for me. Multitasking is hard, you guys. I had, so I had learned so many things through running a business, through getting coached, that I wish I had known early in my poker career, would have made a massive difference for me, because I approach poker like such a, I approach it like a game. I was never professional about it, even as I was playing nosebleeds and playing for millions. And that inspired me to kind of teach that to other people. So as an experiment, I ran a group coaching program. I just decided one day to launch it, and within a couple of days made an announcement. That was more than a couple of days, whatever. Within a week or two, made an announcement and took applications. The response was overwhelming. And I thought I was just going to do one group of 12, but I got 200 some applications. And so I stopped advertising it and did 2 groups of 12 in this like experimental project. And it went really, really well. Like basically exactly what I hoped it would be, both for me and for them. And so then I tweaked it based on what I learned. I did it again. Seems iffy. And now I'm tweaking it again and doing it. This one's actually like a really big tweak and inspired by a different group coaching program that I'm in. Queen, okay. But yeah, I think that running a business I actually don't love. Like, it's interesting. Parts of it are interesting. I love the people I work with, but it's like once you get out of the ideation phase, like I'm an idea guy. I love ideas, but once you actually get to executing, I get pretty bored. But playing poker and coaching are both like there are new challenges every day. There's so much more variety and puzzle solving to it that like the playing poker and coaching they light me up quite a bit. So I'm gonna try to keep doing both of them. Interesting spot here, I guess. I'm betting. I'll continue on spades. Will I continue on bricks? Maybe. Not on diamonds. Anyway, that was a long enough answer, I think. Evan asks, I'm worried about losing my intuition. No, I'm not. I think, so when I came back from not playing for a while, because I was working on Round One's Poker and did the Galfond challenges, I was worried about that. And at first I did lose my intuition, but I hadn't lost it. I just had like an overload of information trying to learn kind of, well, PLO in the new era, the post-flop era. And I didn't have room to kind of let my intuition in. But once it clicked for me, yeah, the intuition's still, and it'll always be there. It's just, you have to be able to understand like basic strategy because you need to understand what other people are doing. Like you have to understand, before I studied solvers, if I were to hop into a game and see somebody bet third pot in a spot, I don't know if that's because they have a weak hand or like, I don't know if that's a sizing tell or that's just the only size that they use in that spot. So I don't, like, you need to have the basics, but no, I don't think like intuition is something you lose. I mean, it's something that decreases the less you play and grows the more you play, but realistically, no. Matt, thank you very much. All your stuff is very high quality, so I appreciate that, especially coming from you. I check, and with the 3, I guess I'm going to check because I just believe him this time. Oh no, he bluffed. Sure. Sorry, I'm triple barreling on the table off screen. It worked. Yay me. Lays full. What do you mean fine games? I thought you lived in Vegas. Yeah, I do. There's not really like a high stakes public game scene here. I talked earlier in the stream about the like the, I don't know, call it the Bobby's Room mixed game. And why that doesn't, well, isn't for me.
But outside of that, it's all gone private, and they don't invite me to play private with them because they think I'm good, even though I suck at No Limit. Sorry, I don't suck. Not as good as I could be. Sure. All right, I'm going to focus a little on poker because I'm not doing so. I do love chatting, but I also would like to play well and teach well. Oh, Brylam, complimenting my multitasking. Thank you. I don't feel like I was doing it that well. Obviously, I could 4-bet a hand like this. Let's do it. I haven't 4-bet yet. I mean, I know it's not about game flow these days, but I still believe in game flow. And we get called. So he's got a lot of ace-x, a lot of suited like queen jack, king jack, etc. I think we are going to do well to bet on this board. Fold out the queen highs. Ace highs without a backdoor, although most of them have a backdoor. The jack highs, etc. The chair I'm sitting on is, I think it's Swedish, so I don't know how to pronounce what it is, but it's something like Hag Capisco, and it's a really, really good chair. I love it. It's the fact that so it's for people taller than me, honestly, and so the fact that I love it is would mean that if you're like 5'9" plus, especially like 6 foot plus, you're really gonna love it, I think. So I just remembered that I like this is a good flop to bet bigger on than I have been. I guess let's just get it in. Resos says, Phil, I can't help but look at comments. Well, now it's three-handed, so it's fine. Phil, I'm a success coach. What do you think about the coaching industry? So like I said, all of my coaching experience, every coach that I've hired has been a positive experience for me. And I mean, I think that's part of that is me and what I put into it, and like I make the most of it. I think I'm a good student, but part of it is also because they've been good. Now, I think, like I keep hearing that, a lot of coaches out there are like selling snake oil. A lot of coaches out there don't know what they're doing, et cetera, et cetera. So I have to believe that's true. But I haven't run into those coaches. All the coaches I've run into. So the number one thing that I look for when I'm hiring a coach is if I think they care. Like I think that matters more than skill. Obviously, you want people who've had success at certain things, or a referral is fantastic. Somebody they worked with that it's gone really well. I encourage anybody who's like a mid stakes plus pro to talk to anybody who's completed beyond the game. But yeah, I think that I haven't experienced the bad coaches myself, and I'm sure that there are some, but I think that if a coach wants to help and cares,
they are oftentimes going to help, and can help quite a bit, especially if you've never been coached. The process of, it's actually interesting because I feel like with like therapy, I feel like there are a lot of bad therapists. Like finding a great one is really good, but finding one that, like, I don't know, you have to try a lot of times is what I believe, in my limited experience and what I've heard. But I feel like with coaches, I've nailed it every time. Obviously, there'll be some bad ones, but I think like if you've never been coached and you have a decent coach, obviously I'm distracted. The yeah, I think it's fantastic. Just like, and so much of it is not even their skill. It's actually just taking some time to think about things and like pause and think about things that you haven't thought about. And I think that most people who are talking about, you know, coaching being a scam and a lot of grifters out there, I think they've never gotten a coach. I think those are people who either like they just automatically don't believe it because they've heard other people say this and they're taking their word for it, or they can't afford it or don't want to spend on it, and so they kind of criticize it to make themselves feel better about that. But yeah, I just think they haven't been coached most of the time. I mean, this is not great, but here I am. Yeah, Greg, we're live. I mean, we're on a short delay. Did we win? I think when he checks, we always win. Because anything that can overbet the turn, well, actually, when he checks slowly, I think we win. Sometimes he's gone for two streets and then. Interesting. What did he have? Made this so small. Check, fold off screen. I had deuces, so blockers to the straight, you know, straight draw. So I am going to take a 2-minute bathroom break. I mean, I guess I'm calling here and losing, but you can't fold a hand this good, right? I'm going to take a 2-minute bathroom break. I will be right back. People usually leave the stream when I'm on a break, so I'm going to leave it on the screen. I'm not going to go to a break screen. It'll be like a minute. See you soon. And back. Did he leave? I'll find out in 5 minutes.
I'm actually going to leave the PLO table on the bottom because there's not a wait list. So, and where am I? I get. All right, I'm going to sprint and get some shoes. Stand up for a little while. Am I still in frame? Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh no. So I have like a sitting standing desk, and I never move it because the cords, it's just like too much of a mess. But I realized this chair goes super high up if you want it to. And so now I just, sure, let's go that big because I'm running out of time. Now I just keep it at a height that I could sit or stand. And so I actually stand up sometimes. 970. All right, I hope I don't lose you when I take my very short break. All right, so we have bet. I actually think he's going to call. I sized down because I kind of feel like he made a straight or he's folding. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't go that. Yeah, he made it straight. Kyle says, most pros never hired a coach. Why should I? I'm profitable already and can do the studying myself. That's a common opinion, and it frustrates me because I'm not frustrated at you, and I'm glad you asked. It frustrates me because I think a lot of people are missing out on. Can't I just go? Like missing out on getting a lot better. Like if you think that you have reached your potential, then don't hire a coach. And otherwise, I mean, like if you're if you're playing, stakes, that I guess I don't know how to put it other than like if you think you have reached your potential, then don't hire a coach. And if you don't think that you have reached your potential and you're serious about like playing poker for more than a year, then if you find the right coach, I think it's hugely beneficial. So here, do I ever want to jam this? I mean, if I call, there's 2.5K. Does he ever have worse for value? I mean, Jack 996. There's a lot more combos of that than the stuff that I beat, like Ace 8, 10-8. I don't think he's raising 10-8 that big. So, I mean, I think he has it. But Ace 10's a pretty good hand. 9x of hearts. That's kind of about it. Like I mean, 7-9 and 8-9 should raise sometimes, and with a single club, maybe even without. I don't know. I'm gonna hero fold. I mean, it's not a hero fold. I'm gonna fold. I mean, like, name a high performing athlete without a coach. I actually don't know who has coaches and who doesn't, but I believe anybody really good has one. And same is true in a lot of for a lot of business owners. Same is true for a lot of poker players. A lot of them have multiple coaches. I have countless. So I really believe in it, and I would certainly never want somebody. I mean, like, if they were talking to me about getting coached by me, I would never want somebody who doesn't believe in it, who is not, like, all in. Poker pun. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a very common belief that a coach is not going to make that much of a difference. And I don't know. I like it. It depends on the kind of coach. I actually think that, if you get a strategy coach that is like not very good, or like, a decent player but not a great coach, or they are, a winning player but because they have like a, an exploitative style that is like, anyway, whatever the case may be, there are some coaches like that might not help very much. But like any coach that people have used who full ring or six-handed here, now it's kind of boring. Who has or who focuses on more than just on the table strategy, and focuses on some off the table stuff, performance, mindset, studying, how to kind of like choose what games to play, choose what to study, if you should specialize, if you should not specialize, kind of like help you plan for the future. I think like even somebody who's mediocre at that is going to be worth it. And I know that, like, to people who've never done it, I know that sounds silly to some. Like, why would a mediocre coach who's going to like talk to me about this stuff, be worth it? But it's just because if it's somebody other than you who cares about your success and is even causing you to think about the right things, like in some ways, a coach can be a kind of forced introspective time. If you don't sit there and journal every day, it's maybe because you don't feel like you have time to, or don't really want to. But a coach is like I would say a higher output per minute, and more enjoyable way to. I mean, actually, that's the oversimplification, but way to journal kind of is what I was getting. That's finishing the sentence, and before I decided I don't believe it. But I think you get the idea. Corey says, joking aside, I think Jeremy Osmus is the best poker player on the planet. There's certainly a good argument for that. He is incredible, and a great dude too. And he makes videos at runonce.com. So figure out how he does what he does. Or I can bet this. Corey says Seaver has a chance to win his third bracelet in the series. So he's What tournament is he deep in? He's another sicko. I guess that's a fold. I don't want to fold it. Trying to catch up on old chat. Chase, thank you very much. Austin says, love the first episode. Who is this guy? Are these going to be weekly showings? Yes. So every Friday. So the second episode and third episode are done. And second's coming out Thursday. Or sorry, second is coming out Friday. The third, the Friday after that. I think they're both like a lot better than the first, which I think was very well done and great, but I made me slightly uncomfortable. But the next ones are good, really good. And we're still putting the finishing touches on episode 4, which is why we have not released them faster. Need to give our editor some time to get number 4 done. And I'm hoping that we don't miss schedule, just under 3 weeks from now, and can launch number 4. Let's check the lobby and see if anything more exciting can happen. He might be trying to get me to come play him heads up, so with all the chat. So you have limited chat options. Okay, so PLO, there are 4 10, 20 tables running. Can we get some bigger stakes? Oh my god, I'm timing out. Okay. Yeah, so he is at another table. Interesting. I think I'm going to quit this table and play heads up. It's just more fun. I'm not going to ask you guys if you agree, because I'm just going to do it. So we don't need to play our cutoff. I think this is what he was asking for. And I mean, he should be, because I'm not a Hold'em player and I'm distracted. But it's just a lot more fun to play heads up. And I think I'm less bad heads up than I am full ring, or 6-handed, rather. Steven asks, how do you go about finding a coach? It's a great question. So it's a great question. It's really hard. So a lot of coaches, depending on the area that you're looking for coaching, but especially like outside of poker, a lot of coaches will, try to build a brand on social media. And so like looking for people on YouTube or Instagram that are, or Twitter, X, that are like talking about things that you want to learn, and kind of letting them buy their content, and seeing if you resonate with the kind of things that they're saying. But assuming you're talking about inside of poker, some coaches do that. A lot of them, though, are not promoting like personal coaching, but they're promoting a training site, or a course. I think asking like the best coach, the best way to find a good coach is from a referral. And so having a network, is very helpful. I'm actually going to lead this flop, and like it's a semi bluff with a 9, but I take the pot down a lot. I don't connect with the low cards, but he's going to expect me to, so I can bluff a lot on those low card runouts. Interesting bet check with King 7 there. He's fearing the check raise. Don't know if I've given enough reason to fear check raises. I'm gonna adjust temperature in my room. That's gonna be a check. Shoot. I have my phone go on airplane mode at 9:30 p.m. automatically. And so that happened to me. And probably lose, but getting these pot odds, having a deuce and an ace is really good. So I'm going to call. Okay. It's a good hand. We have not played a lot of big like pre-flop. Well, just 3-bet and 4-bet pots. I think probably I'm a little too nitty. I don't know if he or she is. All right. This is fail. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to respond to a text. I'm getting a brand redesign, which I'm really excited about because like well, I mean, this overlay is old, and it's run in one space, but like I have different stuff across all social platforms, which is bad. And I'm not in love with any of them, so. It's a good, actually. It's a reasonable betting hand. This is a good betting hand. So interesting on the turn, tons of draws. So I don't think, king 6, even though I have a spade and a club, I don't think that makes it into my turn bluffing range. I probably have the best hand on the left table. It's not going to have 3-7. I mean, 7-8. What do I get called by? Set? 2 pair? I don't think I rep this very well. King 6. I think like a lot of cards that hit, like a lot of hands that hit the 10 would have bet the turn. Is this a call? Pre? Do you guys know? Okay. So that looks good. Clear call. So like I'm still beating a lot of 1 street value, like king queen. And obviously bluffs. Snap check seems like queen jack or something. No, it seems like a bluff. Spades. spades. Look at me, I'm getting better. Thanks for bearing with me while I review some designs. Trying to get them finished very fast, so I don't want to slow her down. I think ace four of hearts probably check. Okay. Feedback complete. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about. Thank you for being here with me. We are dropping off a little bit. 8:36. Was that for my my 1 minute break, or just because I got boring? Chase Excellence asks if I ever see myself giving Run It Once EU another go. So we sold that company to RSI, Rush Street Interactive, who runs the most commonly known brand that they run is Bet Rivers Casino and Sportsbook in the US and a few other legal jurisdictions, regulated jurisdictions, I should say. And we're gonna launch poker with them, and I'm still a part of it. It's not mine anymore, but I'm still very much involved and very excited about one new idea in particular that I'm still trying to. It's not 100% finalized yet, but probably as excited about it as any innovation we've come up with, maybe more. Risk, very kind of you, and you're very welcome. Graham asks any thoughts on Daniel winning the PPC. So, I mean, first of all, obviously it's awesome, and he, like, he's been. I don't like how long I took there. He's been making runs and not closing lately in WSOP specifically for a while now, and just running bad in those spots, and so I'm very happy for him. That happened. I was rooting against him because Bryce Yaki, who came in second, almost won a second bracelet of the summer, was part of my group coaching program Beyond the Game. And it's crazy how much, before I started coaching, I didn't realize like how hard you root for your students. It's so fun to watch them go deep. So I kind of didn't want to win that one in particular, but very happy for him that he did. I wanted him to win one in particular, one of them, just not against my guy. But yeah, it's great. I mean, he's
done, I mean, done more for poker probably than any player. And he actually, I have like a couple of my key early memories in poker involve Daniel. The first one being when I turned 21, I went to Tunica, Mississippi to play a WPT event and a WSOP circuit event. Like it was my dream to, I think my bankroll was like 100K, and I went and I played these two 10K tournaments because I just wanted to like, I actually wanted to play on TV. So I wanted to like make a final table and win on a big stage. And I mean, I was 21. I was super nervous, and it was weird, like playing with kind of, you know, my poker idols who I'd seen on TV. How do I want to play this? I guess I want to bet. And I sat next to Daniel for a while. I guess actually that's getting ahead of ourselves. But I sat down at Daniel's table, and I was, oh well. I mean, very nervous. I mean, like I was nervous at the tables regardless of who was there. But I sat down, and Daniel immediately started talking to me and was super friendly. Obviously, I had no idea who I was. No, I mean, nobody knew who I was. I mean that he should not have, and he didn't. Yeah, it was just like made me so much more comfortable. It was a super memorable first big live tournament experience. Actually, second big live tournament because I had played at the PCA, which you could play when you were as long as you were over 18. And then the second big memory was I was going deep in the WSOP 5K pot limit Omaha with rebuys. This was 2008. So I was 25. Wait, no, 23. I was like trying to think of when I graduated, and that has nothing to do with it. Anyway, I really wanted to win a bracelet, and we were down to, I mean, like under 20 players left. Daniel was probably the chip leader at that point, and I was like third or fourth. We played a big pot where I raised in C-bet, king, queen, 7. I'm not supposed to call this, but I'm going to. And I went heads up to the flop with him. Maybe there was a third player, I don't know. And I flop top set on king, jack, 8. I bet he called. Turn was a brick. There was a flush draw on the board, and I decided to check. He bet pot, and I shoved it in for like, I had 4x pot on the turn, so it was like almost exactly a pot bet and a pot size jam. And he called with jack 10, 9, 8, so he had middle 2 pair and an open ender. And he asked me, like, you know, with that hand, what did I expect him to bet with? Because, you know, blocking 2 kings is hard for him to have something to bet. And I said, I actually wasn't expecting him to bet. I just didn't want to bet big and be out of position with a pot size bet left on half the deck on the rivers that were really uncomfortable for me, and have to check and guess against him deep in the tournament. And he was like, oh, that makes sense. And he was vlogging already. He was vlogging back then. And he ended up talking about that hand. And I remember distinctly because it was such a, like, you know, people outside of online poker, like I was winning a lot online, but people outside of that had no idea who I was. And so this was a big, like, moment of visibility in the public eye for me, which is something I craved back then. And he said, so I played this hand against this guy named Phil Galfond, and we got into this pot. He explained the hand, and he explained what he asked me. And then he said, and he said something really smart that I didn't think about. And then he talked about what I answered. And so that was very meaningful to me, like at the time. And so, yeah, like two of my earliest really fond memories in the live poker world involved Daniel. And I actually went on to win that tournament. That was my first bracelet. And I don't know. That's the end of the story. Z asks, when's episode 2 dropping? It's dropping next Friday, Friday the 5th. Bet check bet. I mean, I believe him this time. I don't know. Bam, talking about my mic. So I have a, probably what you're hearing is I have a noise filter on. So if there's like, I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, it comes through a little. But like if there are like non-talking sounds, it shuts them out. And like this mic is pretty sensitive, and so it picks up a lot of, I don't know, like, white noise. And I find that, filtering it out, I like the way it sounds better, especially on a live recording where we can't edit to fix that. So, but it does do some things to my voice, makes it not exactly the way that it would sound, but pretty close. It doesn't do too much. I guess I'm going to check now that I hit a 3. Frankie, no, I do not know who I'm playing heads up. If anybody knows, that would be cool to know. So I'm actually going to put in the check raise here. Could call, could fold, but I think it makes a good check raise hand, and I think it's believable. Looks like he was bluffing, so call would have been just as good. Steven asked if I could beat 100 NL on stars. If you put me into it immediately, I have no idea, but I'm sure within 2 weeks that I could. Actually, I mean, if I wish that I could do a challenge like that here, it'd be kind of fun. I mean, I would need people to bet against me. PCA Caribbean, yeah, PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. That was do they still call it that, or they changed it? But anyway, in the Bahamas, where you could play at 18. JC asked what led me to make the new series. It was actually my wife Farah's idea. And she talks about it. I mean, if you check out her Instagram, I think it's still in her story. Like her quote, there was she talked about it and her reasoning. I'm gonna check raise this time. But she thought it was a good idea. She convinced me, and we're good friends with a very talented director editor who brought on to do it. I mean, I also have other people on the team who helped. And I'm really excited for you guys to see the next ones.
I mean, it's kind of uncomfortable facing that sizing with just a gut shot, but we're not folding. I mean, we have 2 overs too. We could just have like, 10x or a bluff. Just gonna fold. I'm a little like, it's not crazy to call a hand like this because you have 2 overs. I decided to call. You have 2 overs. Like, it does kind of as well as Jack 10. Like, maybe better? No, because I guess if he jams, I can't call with Queen High. But I think once you call, it makes it really, like, I think I'm going to have very few bluffs when I call. And, I have some outs against 10. It's hard to have draws on this board. Like, I need 7-9 suited because I fold 7-9 off, Jack 9 off if I call. But anyway, I don't know. Seemed okay. Or did it? Let's call. I think he'll, we can get him to raise an ace. We can get him to call with stuff. Obviously calling ace 10. It's a weird one. Kind of like, what slow plays here? I don't think ace queen. Does ace queen play this way? Ace king would, potentially. Ace ace. Seems close. We will see. I mean, I think I have the best hand now. It's probably a clear shove. I don't know. It's just a little tough on this board for me to. I mean, I could find the bluffs. Like 10x of hearts and stuff that I had floated flop with. Face 3 barrels here. And I block some stuff, but not the most relevant stuff. I unblock a lot of the straight draws. Just, I don't know, I believe him.
All right, some pro sound guys think I can fix the sound. I'm going to. All right, he left. Interesting. Try something. All right, and that's going to be a little quiet, but I'll turn it up here. Okay. Hopefully that. Let me know if that sounds any better. Breaking something. Very weird. They just swapped out. I hope we get 6 deuce every hand. JT, I'm glad you're enjoying the newsletter. Thank you. Work hard on it. Check. Okay. I think this is a fold. Completing so many breakback rewards levels. Pop-ups keep coming. Just trying to click on the PLO lobby. Come on. Please let me. No. It just keeps saying level completed, and then I close the box and it says level completed again. Interesting flop. Here. Let's see if it keeps doing it. Just to show you what I'm up against. All right, we fixed it. All right, we're not folding. Probably jamming. Like all of his bluffs have to fold. Like, you know, king 7 and the like. I'd rather not let them hit a king. Okay. Or we just bink. Interesting one here with the ace and the king of hearts. I think we need to bet. But it's like an awkward amount of hand to bet fold and an awkward amount of hand to bet get into X pot like this. Oops. Yeah, I'll check. Oh no. I think this is a fold. Oof. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think he's going to believe me. Before GTO, Illuminati asks, before GTO, how were pro players able to stay consistent? I mean, it depends what you mean by consistent, but I mean, we were just playing, figuring out as we went. We had strategies, but we didn't know that they were right. And then also when you were crushing online, was GTO always involved? Well, once again, it depends what you mean. You probably mean my early heyday back in like 2008. And then no, GTO was not involved. We'll give it a shot. Shot did not work against two pair with the Queen of Clubs, but we're not usually going to run to that. Thanks for being here, hanging out. We're over 1,000. I like to be over 1,000. I feel like a lot of my streams end up at right around 1,000, which is, I mean, it's great, but I'm just curious why that's the number. Why is it not sometimes just stuck at 300? Why is it not 2,000? Who knows? It says fix the audio. Cool. Thank you. It's interesting on my other on my desktop with the same settings that were causing problems here. If I turn the gain down at all, like I can't get it loud enough on the desktop. For some reason on my Mac here, it was like I had in OBS, I had the volume turned like halfway down with the gain up this high. But on my desktop, that's not how it works. It tends to be more, well, yeah, like maxed out, almost maxed out gain, almost maxed out, or all the way maxed out in OBS. So I'm not sure why it's not. I mean, I have a quiet voice, so I think that's part of the problem. JT, Phil, why don't you play on GG? I know a lot of people play GG from places they should not, but I'm posted up here in Las Vegas, and I do not do that. So that's why. I mean, we're pretty settled in here, and so it's not easy to just go to Canada for 4 months and grind. Oops, not paying attention. I guess we're calling. I mean, we probably lose, but we have a pair. And we're getting 4-1 or whatever. So you're saying this is likely Button Clicker, who is very, very good. Heads up, No Limit Player. I mean, No Limit Player and Heads Up No Limit Player. From what I know, I have never played with him, but well, until now, if that's him. Interesting. So we're gonna get to jam this in with 3 aces. It's actually not. It's actually not that thrilling if we get called in 2 spots. Our equity is not fantastic, but here we go. Just ending, like getting one of them out would be massive. I guess we're folding our 10 high. All right, that was a very good result so far. One person folded, Jack 4 deuce flop. We're putting it in. Hand to be up against. And we will double up. JT says, great, especially the psychology and self-awareness stuff. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, like in the newsletter, I prefer, I don't think this is too thin, maybe it is. I love to write about the like off the table stuff because that's what I coach mostly. And that's what I find the most interesting. But it takes me so much longer. So like I think my last post, my last email that I sent out was on Envy. That took me like 10 hours to write and edit. Whereas like sometimes I can just do a quick poker strategy one in a couple hours. Well, we got heads up PLO action. So this is what it is. We're getting 4-bet the first hand. When I made a questionable 3-bet. Let's just see if we can get lucky. Nope. All right, we'll see if we get hit and run. If we don't, I'll probably drop the 6 max. We'll stick with these 2 tables. I mean, what would be wiser is to... Oh, he checked back. It's bizarre. I mean, I have a really good bluffing hand, but what would he possibly check back? Like queen X of clubs, but I'm still like ace ace with queen X of clubs. I'm still going to barrel, like I just feel like I have to, but I'm hoping it's ace king king with no clubs. And he folds. No, it's just, oh wow. Okay, so this that was surprising. So he flopped the top and bottom, he checked back. And called. All right. I'm gonna have to play differently against that. Ah, there's the hit and run. I think this guy's probably gonna leave too then. I kind of, I feel like this is supposed to be raised, but maybe not. Maybe not. Cool. Andrew, I need an audio limiter compressor. Can you explain what that does? I know we're on a, actually, I'll just type it so that we're not on a 5-minute delay. I mean, I think my sound is generally pretty good. But if I can improve it, great. Daniel says, hit that thumbs up button. Yes, thank you. Please do. I'm debating doing like a week of streaming. There's a bunch of WSOP events like online 1 week. Call half pot. This is normalize audio by boosting the average levels to a certain point without introducing harsh peaking. Okay. I have like thing that does kind of that, but yeah, you're right that I should just consult with an audio engineer for couple $100 and make my setup better. Okay, we're calling a 3-bet with 10 high. Didn't get there. Where's the lobby? It's hiding behind everything. Just want to see if I'm missing other high stakes games. I'm not. But I did complete a rakeback level. Ooh, 2. Put this up here so I don't lose it again. All right, Jack 8 offsuit. Let's see a flop. That's the flop I was hoping to see. I mean, if I just run really good and heads up no limit, then it doesn't matter who I'm playing, right? I should have bet that, but I'm distracted. So it's interesting now because, like, what would I be? A lot of people struggle to bluff enough here. And I don't know if he's going to give me credit for bluffing, but, you know. Jack high, I should have bet the turn, but it wouldn't have worked against quads. Interesting. I mean, the kind of bluffs you'd expect, like king 9, king deuce, random king. The value is probably, can you jam ace 8? King 8, king king, 8 9, deuce deuce, 9 9. Get check raised here. We're pretty deep, so I don't want to get this in right now. At 100 big blinds, you can get this in. Oh wait, this is 100 big blinds. I still don't want to get it in 6 max. I'm repping an 8. Does he want to try to get me to fold an 8? I don't know. I changed my mind. Well, I shouldn't have changed my mind. All right. Left table, this is actually just a fold. Like he probably has me beat. I guess the 2 ace outs probably make it a call. We have a little bit of money left to play for too. As far as why I changed my mind, I don't really know how to explain it. I felt like, I don't know. Sometimes I just go with my gut. My gut was wrong here, obviously. I think small might be the only sizing here. Moonlight Master, good to see you. And thank you for showing up with the newsletter link. Rhino X, how close were you to quitting VeniVidi? I was super, super close to quitting. At one point, I decided to quit, and I changed my mind, just like in that hand. Sorry, trying to catch up on chat. So this is a bets. Probably should be a half pot, but I thought pot would work. All right, pretty good flop. I think bigger is a good size on this board. I'm really trying to remember. Whoops. Okay. This is probably not a call. I'll be a little bit disciplined so you guys get some good habits from me. Nice hand on the left table. We will open. Got trips again. See if it goes better for me. Jack. Yeah, 7-4. I started by streaming an MTT, but it was just one bracelet event. And spoiler, I'm out of that tournament. If you were intending to go back and watch the stream again, now you're spoiled. We're going to check down a deuce. Win against queen high. It'd actually be fun to just two table heads up, but I'm losing like 2K an hour or something. I don't know. 1K. Wait, 25.50. 8 big blinds, let's say. Like 800 an hour on two tables. So we'll check raise this. I mean, I think we keep betting. And I mean, I'm repping a jack or better. He's not going to believe this. It's kind of hard to rep here because like I'm not check raising the flop with jack 10. So I'm repping like jack 6, jack 4. I might fold jack 4 offsuit pre-flop. It's like suited combos, what I would need. And now I'm going to check and it's going to look like I have exactly what I have. And we will see what he wants to do about it. Rumple, no, I haven't. Interesting that this gets checked to me. I can't bet. I haven't played Magic the Gathering or other strategy. I mean, I've played it like once, but no, I never got into any other games besides poker. Or I mean, any other card games, strategy card games besides poker. Play a lot of video games. So the problem is I lose to 3-5, which he could still have. Yeah, I mean, I beat some 10-9 of clubs and stuff like that. he had to call a big bet on the turn. I don't think he's turning a 6 into a bluff. He could. It looks like I have 7, kind of. But yeah, I'm going to fold. You guys are just catching up to my getting stacked almost. I'm looking at the 5 minutes ago and I see myself rubbing my eye. Yeah, this is past my bedtime. Wow, 10:37. My bedtime's 8:30. Gut shot. Let's bet it. Yeah, this is real cash, not a tournament. Big turn. As far as bluffing rivers, I don't think we want to bluff this one on the river with a 10 and 2 spades. $20.24 rakeless environment. What do you think your big blind per 100 be against Berry Sweet or Am So Good? Heads up yellow. I mean, so nobody knows. I can make guesses. If I had to guess, I'd say +5 against AMSO and -7 against Barry. But like heads up win rates can get kind of big, and like it'd be easy for me against either of them to be like +10 or -10, and like you can't tell. So take that with a big grain of salt. Moonlight, no worries. I sprung this on everybody. I wasn't planning to stream. Actually, Farah talked me into this one too. She didn't talk me into streaming. She talked me into playing the 5K event. And I was like, well, I'm not going to play and not stream it. So here we are. Oh, feel free to pin this message. How do I do that? I think I can. All right. It's pinned. Thank you. Oops, I just opened way too big. Kind of an interesting flop decision. I think this is just check. JC, I don't stream too often. And this is just check fold. I would like to have games to stream. I'd love to stream more often, but don't get the opportunities. Interesting. I mean, so what's he repping here? I mean, I guess a lot of stuff makes sense. Against that sizing with a pair, like it's hard for me to have a pair. Well, not hard, but don't have a lot of pairs. I'm gonna bluff my jack high here, take it down. I think this is a call. I don't know. Have I played chess? I mean, not like really. I know the rules. I'm teaching my son chess, and so I play with him. But I mean, I'm not good. What did we check down here? Probably like a king high. King high. Would have been a good flop for me. I wouldn't have seen it though. After getting 3-bet. And Martin. StarCraft, Command and Conquer, or Warcraft. I never got in. So I've played a little StarCraft and a little Warcraft, more Warcraft than StarCraft, but I was never super. Is that a call? I was never super into either of those. I mostly played. So like the only computer game I got really into was Diablo 2, and the rest were like, you know, started at NES, ended at PlayStation 2, Xbox 360. I don't remember. Something like that. PlayStation 2 is where I did the most of my, you know, teenage video game grinding. Actually, throughout high school, it was mostly Madden. Interesting. I just saw a pop up that said ads will start soon and I could skip them. So I press skip. If I can turn them off. Sure. Interesting. Maybe got some 51 PLO. It's shorter stacked, so not quite as excited as I otherwise might be. But here we go. Let's see what happens. I'm going to set another table just in case. You know how it goes. That's a fold. This is a fold. And the table's filling up. Okay. So is this the guy that owned me with ace 6? Sorry, I'm doing a couple things. I guess I should sit out the other table. Well, I'm fine for now. Queen 8, maybe a little thin. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's thin. That might be a fold pre. How did that hand go? That's too hard to figure out. Let's raise this up against a limp. I think just half pot should get the job done if my hand is best. I know it's like a weird way to think about it, but so we check calls, a lot of spade, single spade hands. I fold. Stream settings. Don't know how to do it. Hold. Let's raise this one for fun. Funsies. Over 1,100 of you. Awesome. Thank you for being here. If we can get to 2,000 if I just stay up way past my bedtime. There's a check, probably. Like, I think I have the best hand. Make a weird size. I think if I half pot and I check river, he might be a little spooked. I'm like trying to get a free showdown. I mean, not free showdown, cheap showdown. The turn bet is, I mean, it's probably fine. Shouldn't hit the queen too often. Okay. We're up against ace 10 high. I guess he was considering bluffing. I would have expected that to just check back quickly. A lot of draws here. Just going to check. I mean, we're 51 with all 40 big blind stacks. Makes my heart sad, actually. I'm going to play some multi-street poker, you know? People asking when me versus Doug heads up PLO and Hold'em. I think it probably won't happen. We both have lives and families kind of planted in different states. What do I think about Victor's tournament skills? Asked Jonas. Can he compete and win money, for example, on the Triton Tour? So to be honest, I don't know. I'm not like I'm not great at tournaments, and I've only watched him. Like I've only watched the two final tables he was at this summer. That's the only kind of exposure I have to his playing abilities. And like he certainly did some things that seemed less GTO than, you know, the high roller tournament regulars, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he wouldn't compete very well in them because he's just like a kind of a savant in the way that he reads people in situations. At least online. Like I have never played with him live, I think, and all my experiences online, but um, just like being a step ahead of people and adjusting to a strategy that he expects them to adjust to and being right. Um, he's just kind of got some magic with stuff like that. So, um, all that to say, I have no idea. But I'm quite confident his fundamentals, aren't like Jason Kuhn, Jeremy Osmus, Dan Smith, Justin Bonomo, all who make videos at runonce.com. But that doesn't necessarily mean he can't compete. It's a fold and a three-way pot. So it kind of sucks. Second bet. Second fold. Bilingual Bob. You're making it tough. Oh, did I respond to my next design round? Okay. Certainly three betting me a lot. Andrew says, tell your friends. Phil's live streaming. Don't let them miss this. Thank you. Yeah. We don't know how long it'll last. We don't know if it'll happen again. Okay, that's a fold. Sorry, I was saying earlier I'm texting with a designer who's working on something for me. I want to give quick feedback. It's a good bet check bet spot. So many like straight draws I would keep betting on the turn. So what am I to bluff with besides, hands like that? Okay. I don't know if we start bluffing. How to pick my bluffs here. I think this is a check. I can almost see it being a value bet. If you play tourney, what's the biggest tournament you've won? I've won 3 tournaments live, all WSOP, because I don't really play any other tournaments, pretty much. The biggest was the first one, the 5K PLO with the rebuys, back in 2008. I think that was 800,000 and something, 840 or something like that. I also got second in a 25K 6 max No Limit tournament, WSOP event. First for that, pretty sure it was over 1 million. As far as second, I think second was less than 800K. Yeah, it must have been. But that was probably the second biggest score, was second place. Is this man, I don't know. Would I have missed the rabbit hunt? Fish move. All right, so I'm gonna call here the queen high flush draw and the 2 9s as outs. Got some backdoor straight stuff going on. And now I just have to fold, unfortunately. I'm having fun playing heads up no limit, but it is dumb when I have 2 PLO tables. I have one off screen. One at 25.50, one at 51. No, Stevie, I haven't been in the Poker Go chat. Although I watch a lot, but when I watch Poker Go, I'm on my couch watching on the TV, and so I'm not in the chat. BV, at what point in my career did my bankroll explode into a huge amount? Was it all a slow grind? Check out the video we just released on Friday. It made me a little uncomfortable, but it was all focused on kind of my come up in the poker world, and then you'll be caught up for next Fridays, which is going to be a lot of fun. Well, actually, not a lot of fun. A lot of drama. Yeah, Andy, we're, well, quote unquote live. We're on a 5 minute delay. I don't know how I feel about, like, I have a lot of hands that could do this, so I have to be a little bit selective. I had a heart, which kind of made me want to, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, it's as good a hand as any. I just have to, like, control my frequencies with all of them, and just sometimes decide not to do it. I'll go with small bet. I can do a lot of things on a board like this. I don't want to small bet again. I mean, small bet's kind of a cop out. It's making the hand easy to play. Just trying to end it. I often have the best hand, and I have some outs. I don't want to face a big bet, so
that all makes sense, but. And now I have a pretty clear bet. IMHO. Obviously, this is only the third, fourth nuts technically, but good enough. In PLO, you sometimes need a nuts for second nuts, but hold them not so much. Is Mr. Sweets the name you actually picked, or are you just using the generic name the software gave me? No, this is my name. This is my name on PokerStars. Thought I'd bring it back. Stevie Ortiz. Who do you consider to be the foremost PLO MTT pro in the world? I don't know. I bet Ike Haxton is up there. I don't know. There are a lot of good players that I feel like are kind of roughly at similar levels, and it's hard to know. Excuse me. Hard to know. Like PLO MTTs, you don't get to see a lot of hands. Like you watch some final tables, but then you're waiting for people to make final tables to get to judge. Yeah, Greco is fantastic, and Run It Once Pro. It's just so hard to say. What do you have to judge it on? The results, I guess. But so he's called two big bets. Actually feels thin. If I had bet small on the flop, this would not be thin, I think, but big 3 times, I don't know. All right, what do we have? Ace 5. It's a good calling hand. JS says that video is great. Can't wait for Friday. Awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited for Friday. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. The next Friday and the Friday after go a lot deeper. Queen deuce. Let's go for the bet. Take it down. Go a little bigger. 3 bets now that we're deeper. I think that's a thing. I don't think we can call. I'd really like to, but this too. I don't think we can. Can you call King 4 suited? Got to be at least kind of close. All right, let's see. Oh, we would have flopped the nuts. Bottom pair. Is there any EQ involved in poker at all? Absolutely. I think there's a ton of it. Understanding the way people think and the way people feel is hugely important, in my opinion. People's feelings very much get in the way, even up to high levels of poker. All right, so just go bet. All right, let's tweet to see if bring some more people. Interesting one. Actually, so like I don't know what sizings look like here. My phone's exploding. I'm trying to really want to, I don't know why I really want to get to 2000. And I think it's like I said earlier, it's always 1,000. Like it's always like 700 to 1,200 people when I stream. But I don't know. I'm feeling optimistic for some reason. I guess we check down Jack high here. All right. I need your help. So I just tweeted the link. Can you go engage with that tweet, reply, retweet, whatever, like it, whatever you feel comfortable with. Look how many levels I'm completing in this rakeback. It's awesome. Or I don't even know what I get. But probably something good, right? 7-6, maybe I could small bet. I don't know. But yeah, that's your chance. Help me get to 2,000. I don't think I need to put it on Instagram again. So it's in my story, so it's still there, right? I don't know. I'm calling, but I'm losing probably. Sometimes you have a feeling. Sometimes it's wrong, like it was earlier against King. But sometimes it's right. Okay, I'm not gonna reshare on Instagram, but I do want more of you here. All right, Jack 987. Not gonna fold. It's pretty good 3-betting a hand. This guy's loose. I'm just gonna not. I don't know about this bet. You got to do something like this, some stuff like this sometimes, I think. I'm going to leave the 2550 PLO table that you can't see because this is plenty. And there are two 2550 PLO tables. Man. So I could be 4 tabling PLO, I think. No, 3 tabling. Well, it depends. I don't know. I think you guys probably like the No Limit, and I'm having fun. This is why I need somebody who is worse than a top 10 player in the world to want to play heads up. No Limit. Hopefully this served as advertising. Okay. Yeah, Jack 7 with Jack of Clubs that hand. Jacob asks, hey, as someone who's only casually played poker with family and friends, how should one approach starting to study poker? Skip ads. I don't know how I can turn them off kind of permanently. Oh, maybe if I go edit. Hold on. Yeah, I think there's a way. Hold on. But first I should overbet. Monetization. All right. Ads are off because you guys are helping me bring more people in. We're going to get to 2,000, even though it does not seem like we're going to. I'll just call here. Have some high cards in my calling range. What was I saying? Oh, sorry. Got distracted by the ad button that was about to come up. So as somebody who's only played casually, how do you approach studying poker? So I would focus. This is maybe a fold. I don't know. I would focus on structured content. So a lot of players who are kind of relative beginners, basically, like if you're an unstudied player, meaning you've never been a member of a training site or had a coach, then you fall into this category. A lot of times people watch streams, which I'm glad you're here. So watch a stream like this, or they'll watch, HCL, Live at the Bike, whatever. And they'll just watch one-off videos on YouTube to hear about strategy. And those don't help very much because you don't have a base to build on top of. So I highly recommend something structured. So if you only want to spend 10, 20 bucks a book, if you only want to spend 50 bucks, my beginner course that I launched a month ago called Foundations on runatonce.com. But there are also other courses, at a reasonable price point. But we priced that low intentionally. All right. Let's got this sizing. He folds. I wonder if I should have tried to let him bluff. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I would start with something structured for sure. Cydrus, did I see Isildur's final tables? Yes, I was watching those. I was rooting for him.
Yeah, I'd love to see him at more. He's really fun to watch. Really fun to watch. Fabulous Peanut asks why we sold Run It Once Poker. It will become clear when you watch next Friday's video here on YouTube. I don't want to spoil. Okay, so I'll probably call and lose to some stuff. Fold queens. I listened to Jungle's podcast. I was on it once, and I have watched another one, but I don't really have time to. I don't listen to podcasts because I'm always busy, and I'm never doing something where like I can just be listening to something. Like I don't have a commute. I don't have a commute. I'm not like doing chores. Is this game gonna break? I know I'm not leaving. Tofu Sauce says, "Hi Phil, I've been watching a lot of your tournament tips. I got to the final table in my very first poker tournament. Thanks, man. You're very welcome, and thank you for letting me know. That makes me happy." I guess this is a bet. It seems like he's going to be folding a lot. And I guess this is a call, but it's not thrilling. It's getting a little better. I mean, a lot better. Guess he hit a 7. Does that make sense? Or some kind of like ace of clubs 5. I don't know. I can't hand read in this game. All right, playing a big pot on the left table, which means I should distract myself by checking Twitter. Well, that's quite a flop. That's too bad. You guys aren't engaging with my tweet as much as I asked. There's 3 of you. For the fans, Ben, TC, thank you. We gotta get people here. I can't stay up all night if to stream for 1,100 people. It's gotta be 2,000. If we get to 2,000, I won't go to sleep until we get under 2,000. That's the deal. I don't really know how we're gonna get there, but we could do it.
this has been checked down. I have a 9. I don't beat any value. I actually just feel beat. 2-1. Pretty good hand. Yeah. Seven four offsuit. Asking, so watching tons of YouTube videos and like every stream available doesn't make me studied? No, I don't think it does. I think I think that you can use those to build on top of kind of like structured paid content or having a coach. But the doing only that is, I mean, it's kind of, it's a little bit of a waste of time. I mean, if you're doing it for fun, it's not a waste of time. But if you're doing it to learn, it's a waste of time because it's just like, you know, hodgepodge, like random bits of information that, you know, you're not able to kind of pull together into a cohesive strategy or a clear understanding of how game theory works that you can build on top of. So yeah, that's my point of view. Okay, we're losing action. I guess I can pull back or rejoin a 2550 PLO. Oh no, I can't now. Waiting list, waiting list, waiting list. Okay. They're facing the raise. Let's go for it. I mean, I guess he was bluffing, but. Stevie Ortiz, do you think Jay Anders' PLO book is worth it? If you know anything about it, I didn't know that he had a book, but he's a great player and coach, so I would imagine it's good. He's good with structure, which is what I think, especially for beginners, is really valuable. Check and lose. Okay, 1144. Watching, getting there. I responded to everybody who was responded to me. I'm a little let down, if I'm being honest. Will someone link my tweet in the chat here? I mean, I should do it, but I can't even do that because I'm not logged into Twitter here. Oh, maybe I could find it actually. Okay, first, overbet. Why does it's not even showing me recent posts on here when I'm not logged in? Yeah, if one of you could share it. Weird, it's just showing like my most popular ones. Um, Peel. Oh, yeah, I can't find it. Ryan says VRV making 900 bot accounts to watch the stream. No bots. Although, might work because I won't know the difference. XO Yophil when you come up like over 50K. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll have a follow up. Oh, you're gonna need to tip some of us in the chat. Yeah, right now I'm losing. Well, how much am I losing? $23K. How is Bob playing so far? I mean, he's a lot better than me at No Limit Hold'em. So that's how he's playing. Sophie, hey, for a long time admirer. Thank you. I appreciate that. When is the second episode of Galfond out, please? And also good luck. Thank you. Second episode's out Friday, the 5th, Friday, July 5th. Sometime in the, might be like sometime between 10 a.m. PT and 1 p.m. PT. Is this fold? Do y'all know? All right, here's a good question from Burner account. Hey, Phil, I shipped a pretty massive score, that 5x bankroll. Congratulations, by the way. That's awesome. Although it's clear I'm beating lower stakes, I'm not sure I can beat, or lower high stakes. Okay. It's clear you're beating the lower high stakes. You're not sure you can beat 630s to 1Ks online consistently. Any tips for knowing when to jump? So I'm glad you're thinking that way. A lot of people just like move up when they have the bankroll, and it's a big mistake. So the yeah, it's hard to say. Like if you have, I mean, I would say if you have the bankroll, it's about confidence that you can win at those stakes. So, you know, yeah, like finding confidence can come from, you know, a large database of results at the stakes kind of leading up to those stakes, or it could come from kind of like seeing other players make mistakes, or kind of having peers that you study with that can kind of, you know, that might play the higher stakes and can corroborate that you're ready. But yeah, it's just about getting confidence that you can win at those stakes. Matt, longtime fan, always appreciate your work. Loved everything until the poke hit piece. Curious if you still feel like that was handled right, necessary, any introspection. Yeah, I mean, I wrote what I was thinking, and I think it helps a lot of people. So I am glad that I did, though. I mean, I'm proud that I did, but it was unpleasant. So it was not like a positive for me, but yeah, no, I wouldn't do it differently. I mean, with it, you know, you could always perfect something. I guess this is just another like 2/3 pot. Smokey, I honestly just watch people play and also watch a lot of trade and poker, and I see people do with certain hands for certain situations. That's how I learned to play a lot better. I don't know what that was in reference to in terms of what I was talking about, but if you're talking about me saying that you should start with something structured,
I mean, I still stand by that. But if you're talking about like learning from watching that, adding on top of whatever you're learning with otherwise, then yeah, awesome. So I get check raised here. Kind of believe him. Yeah, I believe him. Why do I believe him? I mean, what does he have? Jack 9? King 10, Jack 9. It's not that many hands. 7, 9. I guess that's a reasonable amount of hands, though. Honest, Anthony, please stream more. We need you. I enjoy streaming. I mean, it takes a lot of time, but I enjoy it if there are some fun games to play. I mean, like now it's kind of a double punt. It's because I'm probably losing, $600 an hour playing this, and then spending a lot of time on it. But it's fun. So it'd be especially nice if there were games that were kind of good for me. Or I was playing some PLO, or kind of like something that's less of a punt, like some 1K WSOP tourneys. I wish there were more of the. I don't know about this bet. I wish there were more like 2 bracelet events on the same day. They do that pretty rarely. And so when I sign on and I play one event, as soon as you bust that, you're done. And it's kind of like, womp womp. Yeah, in Italy, Vincenzo says, in Italy, we can't play pokeron.com. Sucks. No field in Italy. 6K people on PokerStars and the game is dead. Yeah. I mean, look, online poker was really hurt after Black Friday. And then a lot of these individual countries and states, provinces have started to, make up their own rules. And I guess I should probably just be on one table while I'm one tabling. And it is kind of a lose-lose. I don't know if I'd call it a lose. It's not working well. I think it's not working as well as they would expect it to, because by not allowing players to play with other player pools, you're basically just ensuring that the traffic's not going to be great, and therefore the rake, the revenue, the taxes are not going to be great, and you're just going to get beat by sites that offer to everybody. So apps or unregulated sites that will take crypto deposits and let anybody play. Like, the only way to compete against that is to have a regulated environment, like make it legal and have some regulations in place, but also allow people to play with other jurisdictions, and like kind of all of them, as many of them as possible. WSOP updated their software pretty recently. Mills, do you still have a slide in your house? No, I don't. I sold that back in like 2012 after I moved out of the US to play online poker because of what we were just talking about. PD says, hey Phil, big fan of your work. Thank you. What are your thoughts on freeze out events versus multi rebuys? Yeah, a lot of people have some strong feelings about that. And then he continues, do you think freeze outs are a better play for those with smaller rolls? Oh, okay, so as a player, yeah, for smaller rolls, freeze outs are a better play. Not necessarily because of the bankroll situation, because it's really the same level buy-in. If the structure is the same, it's just that you have more opportunities to buy in. If you play a multi-entry, you don't have to enter again. but obviously you can if you think it's a good opportunity. Okay. I mean, I think this is pretty decent calling hands, but I don't know. I probably should call it. Anyway, what I thought you were asking about is like the, call it, moral debate of if multi-entries are good or bad. And I mean, they are, they're like, they make the fields tougher, but they also make the prize pools bigger, which brings more people to poker. The multi-entry tournaments are going to be, they're going to be tougher fields, and you're going to, as a recreational player, lose more in those. But the thing is, recreational players still prefer those because they're larger fields, and so, a lot of what we did at Run Once Poker was try to kind of protect recreational players from themselves, because they don't exactly know that. Is A7 a call? I don't know. They don't always know what's best for them. And, it could be what's best for them is a large prize pool because they play for fun and they want a chance at winning a large prize, even though it hurts their edge even more. But as far as, whether it's good or not, it just is what it is my view. It's not going to go away. And I just think, yeah, it is what it is. It's not going to go away. I don't think there's anything like inherently wrong with it. It just makes the games tougher. Yeah, Brad Smith mentioning Dunning-Kruger, like that's just like, the what are they called? The four stages of, what is it called? The four stages of, but I don't know. But it's um, the one, it starts with unconscious incompetence is like level 1, where you don't know what you don't know. You don't even realize that you don't understand it. And the next level is conscious incompetence. All right, we're getting check raise. We're going to play a pot. Where you realize that you don't understand it, but you still don't understand it. Then there's conscious competence, where like you can do something well, but it's hard. You have to think a lot about it. And then there's unconscious competence, where you don't even have to think about it. So like I can kind of play heads up PLO without thinking about it. Obviously, I need to think about it if I'm playing a great opponent, to have a good chance of winning. But that's an example. And I think a ton of people in poker, the thing about poker, like I think a ton of people are stuck in what I would call the unconscious incompetence. But I think that like many levels to that, which is not how the model like this is supposed to work. But there are like the beginners that don't realize how little they know, and then there are the players that kind of move up and can beat low stakes games, and they think they're better than they are. They think they like just need to build their bankroll, that they don't have more to learn. When he plays it that way, I think this is a check. I can beat like 8-4. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, like I think people move up to different levels and then are once again in denial about how much they need to work on, how much growth they need to get to the next level. There's a lot of like, oh man, if I was as lucky as him and I had his bankroll, I would be beating those huge games too. And almost always they're wrong. Not always, but almost always. And when I say almost always, but not always, a lot of you who think that will continue thinking that because you think you're the rare exception. David Graves. Tried starting my own poker site. I thought the code and setup was the hard part. Little did I know the hard part is actually getting players. Yeah, it's tough. Like getting players at a poker site is so much harder when you're a smaller poker site, which is a catch-22 because you start out as a small poker site and it costs you more to acquire players than it does big poker sites. So you're just like, it's such an uphill battle with weights on your back. This is WSOP.com in Nevada. Boina. Or Boinal. Matt, well, like I appreciate the question. I kind of don't want to rehash it, to be honest. But no, I mean, I think I was misinterpreted there. But I don't want to rehash it. Bring up negativity. Martin says, won't it be very soon when anything higher than micros will be unplayable online because of easily used AIs? I don't, I don't think soon. And honestly, as of 2 years ago, I wasn't even worried about that at all. But let me explain that in more depth so I don't sound foolish. I wasn't worried about it at all because I figured that, I think I was correct that like advancements in AI, like poker bots are already almost as good as they're going to get. And so they're not going to like get better and better, but AI on the other side, on the bot detection side, is going to get better. And so detecting bots will get better. And yes, the AI bot, like the poker bots, will get better at avoiding detection, I guess. But all that to say, I felt like advancements in AI would actually help the sites hunt bots even more than help bots. But what I realized or worry about now, as AI has become so prevalent, or like not prevalent, but so readily available and powerful, is that a big problem? So like right now in poker, in order to have a sophisticated bot, you need a budget. Like you either need to be part of a bot ring, which is going to be more easily detectable, or, and I think this bet, this is a little bit thin, I think. Yeah, that's what I kind of feared. I think I need to bet. I don't need to bet it, but I think it's bet. Anyway, but yeah, like the thing now is to like have your own bot that's hard to detect. You need to hire a developer on your own and have it built. And even then, some sites can't detect it. But I think the problem in the future is going to be that it's just like, swatting flies. Like there are going to be so many because like anybody can get one. And anybody can get one. It's not going to be that hard for the sites to detect. Like they'll detect them, but a new one will pop up. New ones will pop up all the time. And so it's just like whack-a-mole trying to keep up with them. And so I do worry about that. And I think what needs to happen is, there are a few things that could happen, but I think one major one is that would make the biggest difference is, creating legal penalties for cheating in online poker, which is hard to do like in an international player pool, but in the U.S. regulated market, or in Italy, like we were talking about before, you can absolutely do something like that. But just there hasn't been precedent for people getting prosecuted in court for online cheating, as far as I know. Stellar Nebula, it's been great to see Ben Tollerine making deep runs in Triton and WSOP. Yeah, it has. He's the man. This is just gonna be a check fold.
Right. I do need to bluff with some stuff here. I wish I had a flush blocker of some kind, so I'm not gonna do it now. I guess I'm bluffing river. Not on the queen. I think I can try to show down ace high here. Chop against ace 9 and ace 8 and other ace X. Maybe he has king 5 suited and checks it down. Pyro, hey Phil, do you have any regrets in life? I'm not sure I've ever heard your opinion on something like this. Thank you. I mean, I've certainly made mistakes. Uh, I, being a poker player for 20 years, I learned early on that, all you can do at the time is make the best decision you can. And the results will be what they are. And not only just like, so whether you get lucky or unlucky, you shouldn't be results oriented about the decision you made, but also whether you made a mistake at the right time or a mistake at the wrong time. There's some luck involved in that, and also just like you're going to make mistakes. It's inevitable. Every time I play poker, I make mistakes. So to think you're going to go through life in any arena not making mistakes frequently is silly. So I think that if you were to regret your mistakes, you'd be regretting a lot. And so I kind of just accept that I'm not perfect, and sometimes I made the wrong choice, but I did my best. So yeah, I would say that I don't have regrets. The way that I look at it. Oh, none of you ever tweeted or posted the link to my tweet, did you? Can't find it. That's all right. The time has passed. Mm-hmm. Guess I'm showing this down. Check fold. Low chunky. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. Absolutely. And I mean, that's been consistently true for me. And I think that the people it's not true for are just kind of delusional. And I like I used to not say things like that because it's like slightly harsh. But I realized that it's not helpful to people to not say things like that. Like if that wakes somebody up, then fantastic. And it's not like I was calling out anybody specifically. Oops. Vicky PS, any comments on serial tankers in poker? I tank so much both live and online, and people complain. That being said, I'm winning mid to high stakes both live and online. Yeah, I mean, it's bad for the game, but it's within the rules. I mean, I just think there should be shot clocks in kind of like everything possible. I mean, online there's shot clocks, obviously. I'm going to check raise this river, or I'm going to attempt to check raise this river. Let's see. Would have worked. He river to 5. He had 6 high, 6-5. Yeah, I don't know. I think there should be shot clocks so that, you know, it's just fair to everybody, and like the rules as they are, you're allowed to tank. So it is what it is. Step 0, programming. Do you think you could get to high stakes again if you had to start over now? I mean, I do, but you know, poker players, we all overvalue our skills, or we're all overconfident, I should say. Brad Smith, what if we were in a simulation and we ate self-learning AI? What if these billions of years in the universe has really only equated to mere days in base reality? I was at dinner with a couple of friends. Is this a fold? This feels like a fold. I don't know. It's at least close though. And if you're gonna flop a pair, then you know. I was at dinner with two friends talking about simulation theory, and I don't know. Two of us were talking about it a lot. The other one was just like zoning out. And so I stopped and asked the other one, like, you know, what do you think? Like, what do you think the chances are that we're living in a simulation? And you know, he's just like, I mean, I don't care. It makes no difference to me. And I think that's kind of the right way to look at it. Here's an interesting spot. Do I protect my hand? That's maybe a good hand to check because on the ace I make a straight and he's going to bluff on the ace. Classical, yeah, there's a 5-minute delay, so he's not cheating. He's just better than me. Where's the action? All right, more non-poker questions, guys. They're fun. Hmm. It's kind of a fine calling hand. I feel like I haven't caught him bluffing once, but that makes sense. Obviously he bluffs. He's a great player. I just have picked all the wrong spots. Ben, as high coach, still waiting for the cheat code on how to get the specialty cups you're drinking from. I don't even know how to find them, to be honest. They're really it was quite a journey to track them down. 9-6 feels close. It's probably just to check. I don't know. Like I feel like it's close. That's all I know.
You're kind of getting smoked right now, LOL. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I won the first buy-in, so I think he's in for 10. So I'm down 8K or so. Well, against him. And then another 20 from, well, 10K from the tournament, 10K, I guess, from PLO. If I'm doing my math right. Salty Ricky asks, how do you tank online? Yeah, it's hard to tank. I mean, you can take your allotted time. Honolulu Ben says, yo, Phil, can you guys turn a field player into a GTO player? I'm a winning tournament player so far, but I can't get into GTO trainers, etc. Yeah, I mean, I turned myself. Well, actually, I'm still a field player, but I learned GTO. Um, so learning theory doesn't mean you have to abandon exploitative play and field play. But yes, it's absolutely possible. I mean, I know it's going to be hard to have a conversation in this format. 6-7, 6-3, ace-3, I'll get there. I think like betting big twice is starting to get thin, so I'm going to check. See if I can induce something from 9-6 or I don't know. And now, I mean, I think I have to check. I just kind of look like I have a 4. I don't have to check. It's just like it's hard to represent bluffs that didn't bet the turn. I mean, I guess like you pick different hands to play this way. As far as now, like it's a weird type of hand because check raising now, like I might have the best hand, or I usually have the best hand, but I think it's by the time he calls, it's a little iffy. And I block the 8 and the 5. If he hit the jack, it's probably, it's got to be a 2 pair. So I think it's just a call. It's like a weird just call. And yeah, he turned a deuce into a bluff thinking that I have a 4. So that worked out. Play your rush, right? I don't really believe that, by the way. Julia says, any live PLO coaches you'd recommend, including yourself, if you're offering? I'm not offering live PLO coaching. I don't even know who is offering. So yeah, I just don't know who is offering. So it's kind of hard for me to answer. I often send people to Richard Grieco when they ask me for coaching. I mean, he's more of an online player, but he plays live too. He plays tournaments really well. So, off the top of my head, that's who I would go with. If you mentioned some candidates, well, I was going to say, so a lot of times when people ask me, I say, well, if you mention some people, I'll let you know what I think of them. But I guess I'm not going to do that on stream because I'm not going to tell you somebody's bad. So maybe don't do that. Ben would have check raised 4 deuce of clubs. I'm trying to, okay, let me look back at what that was. Oh, that was where I think I remember, but I forget. I remember the hand, but I forget the action. Oh no, I was in position. Bet over bets. I mean, he's saying, I mean, the jack's a really good blocker against this line, but just kind of believe him. Just kind of believe him. He's been, well, this is like what happens sometimes when you haven't caught somebody bluffing, even though they have been. Like it feels like you're, it just feels like they're always gonna have the hand. Whoops. Just joined a waitlist that I don't want to be on. How do you unjoin a waitlist? I don't know. Interesting. Burner account. Thank you for the kind words. You take care too. Egg lolls. How many times did you actually use the slide in the crib at NYC back in the day? Not that often. I intended to. I intended to use it like every time I woke up in the morning, slide downstairs because that's awesome. But the way that they built it, it was really fast, and so you had to like several. I won't name names, but some poker players have wiped out on the slide. You had to like be ready to make an athletic landing, and so in the morning, pre coffee. Actually, did I drink coffee then? I don't drink it now, actually, but I did for 10 years. 20, 15 years, doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, I just wasn't ready to make an athletic landing. So I didn't do it in the mornings. And then other times you could do it. It's like a little bit fun, but it didn't get too much use. Jordan, when you lived in Vancouver, do you have a favorite restaurant? It's tough. I mean, they're basically like every Asian restaurant I went to is awesome. And my wife gets annoyed because I never want Thai food here because I just think it's all terrible compared to every Vancouver Thai restaurant. Um, but there was none that like stood head and shoulders above the rest of them. Um, so yeah, I know there's one Pink Elephant that like was right near where I lived for a while, and so that was my go-to, and I think that was my favorite. But it wasn't like that much better than my second or third favorite. They were just all good. I should have read this aloud so I could. Fabizzy92. I feel non-poker question. It seems that the Democrats are having problems with their presidential candidate due to lack of clear thinking. Would you step in? Unfortunately I can't be president because I'm too short. Jean Baptiste, which is more likely, the God theory or the simulation theory? I honestly haven't spent much time thinking about it, and so I do not have any confidence. Do not have any confidence one way or the other. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. What do you all think? I would have had a full house. That's all I know. Luke asks, how many extra BB in the WSOP main event every year would it take for you to trade your wife away permanently? If there was an amount, I couldn't tell you on stream. So
Favorite game outside of poker? I don't have one. Man, now we're one tabling 5-handed. I'm assuming it filled up because somebody's, sub par. But I don't really know who. Brett, Phil, thoughts on the death of the PPA and how advocacy for poker is near zero on a national level? So my understanding about PPA is that they were funded like overwhelming majority by Full Tilt like Full Tilt and Poker Stars, or maybe just Full Tilt. And so it made sense that they died when when they shut things down after Black Friday. It's so tough to even that was not an unbiased organization. It seems like it was kind of put in place by the sites. But it was, it was still fighting for online poker in the U.S., but with special interests for those particular sites. I suspect, or whoever was funding it, because I know Full Tilt was. I don't know if PokerStars was or not. Or rather, I don't know either. I believe that that's the case. It's just so tough. People have talked a lot about a players' council to help with a lot of things potentially. There are a lot of challenges with it. It's really tough to get organized, and I think until somebody finds a way to make it a business so that the people involved in it are incentivized to be involved in it, it's just going to struggle. Ghost of Me. No, I didn't play any WSOP events. I played one tonight online, but I haven't played any live WSOP events. It looks like this table is sitting out in whatever. Kiola A. Do you remember playing against I Hate Juice? Yes. We played quite a bit. So, he started out as a Limit Hold'em player, and I never played that. But eventually, we were both playing Triple Draw a lot, and so we played a lot together. And he was very good. Kind of felt like he didn't tilt. But it's hard to tell against Limit players sometimes. Javon says eliminating coffee and caffeine was huge in my life. Good choice for me. Same for me. I guess I wouldn't say it's huge in my life, but it's definitely the right decision for me. I feel so much better. So much better. It was a rough 3 weeks of quitting, but maybe 4 weeks even. But I have more energy. I just feel better. Brett M, Lotus of Siam. Yeah, Lotus of Siam is good for Vegas. I know. People disagree with me, I know. But I just think everything in Vancouver is better. Everything's an exaggeration, you know what I mean? Another one from MC, Lotus of Siam. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I don't know. We're stuck at 1167. Not a bad number at all. I really wanted to. I'm just so not confused. I'm just so curious why there's this cap on, because all my streams will get to 800 to 1200 and that's it.
And obviously, like, I mean, I have a lot more subscribers than that. There are a lot of people who don't subscribe who watch, and videos get varying degrees of or varying numbers of views. But for some reason, streams seem to kind of whatever I'm doing, kind of seem to do about the same in quality or in viewership. Although when I take breaks, it drops, and I do need to take another bathroom break soon, so that's trouble. Any big live cash this WSOP? No, I'm not aware of any big live games except for that are public, except for the mix and Bobby's, which I'm not good at. So I've been staying home, working on the business, working on the newsletter, working on a new coaching program. I guess this is a fold. I don't know. We would have made a straight bad fold. Frederick, is Run It Once going to get licensed to be in Sweden? No, Run It Once is now sold to a U.S. gaming company, and we're going to be in the U.S. Well, not in Europe. In U.S. and some other jurisdictions, but not in Europe. Scotty Net, favorite TV series ever. Actually, I watched a ton of TV. Not since I became a father, but before. I mean, I watched everything, kind of everything. But and I feel like it's kind of a generic. I don't know. This is a reasonable hand to bluff with. I feel it's kind of everybody's answer, or a lot of people's answer, but Game of Thrones. That was my favorite. A fun challenge, turn a complete wreck to a winning Triton player. I don't think I'm a winning Triton player, so that might be hard. But doable. I think possible if it's the right complete wreck and they're dedicated. This seems like a 3-bet, yeah. Flow Junkie, do you think PokerStars kind of gave up on poker because they decided they couldn't really fight bots and poker was going to die off slowly anyways? No, I don't. And I don't think they've given up on poker. I'm guessing, but Amaya took over. I forget what year it was, 2014, and they kind of, I think they tried to like cash cow poker. They tried to turn it into they tried to just make the most out of the players they had because they had a large poker playing base, and that kind of made PokerStars vulnerable. And then GG took over and became market leader by a lot for many reasons. And PokerStars changed hands again, and I think I was saying a lot earlier in the stream, it's tough when a poker site is owned by a company that has, multiple verticals like poker, casino, sports, etc., because the poker just makes up very little revenue compared to the other verticals. And so it's easy for poker to get neglected in a large company like that. But I mean, PokerStars still has great software and a great security department, and they still care about poker, I believe, from all that I know. And so I certainly don't think they're giving up or have given up. Gab wants to know how many players are doing coke. I actually don't. I mean, I think a lot of recreational players do. I don't know. I don't know of anyone personally who that's their like performance enhancer of choice. So who uses that to play poker? But I guess I don't know that many people well enough that they would. Well, I know people. I would hear about it. Uh, Philip, nice name. Phil, do you think Bob was running good against you earlier or outplaying you? I think both. I think both. Mike D, how about an organization that certifies sites for elements of legitimacy and advocates for lower rakes? It seems like a player advocate that could get off the ground. Yeah, the problem is what is like that's kind of what the player council. So the player council, the idea of that's been thrown around a lot is, yeah, like keep sites in line with rake, make sure that they are protecting against bots, make sure they are not taking advantage of players, et cetera, et cetera. And the challenge, well, there are a lot of challenges, but I think the biggest challenge is how are you going to incentivize these players to put in as much time as is necessary? Because these are players who presumably make a lot of money playing poker, and this is something that would take a lot of time and take time away from that for them to actually do their job effectively here. And so it's just really tough to incentivize people to do it and like be passionate about it. So I think there needs to be some way to make it a business so that the people doing it are making money doing it. People have also brought up problems with players councils because like, you know, everybody in poker has like poker clicks, and, you know, if there are things like banning. So one of the things that people talk about for the players council is, you know, universal bans. So, you know, somebody gets banned on a site for cheating. Let's get them banned at the WSOP. Let's get them banned at Triton. Let's get them banned on the 3 other sites that they try to play on. The potential problem with stuff like that is bias. So, you know, if a lot of people on the players council are friendly and they're friendly with somebody who may or may not be botting or something, they can be more lenient. They might be more lenient. Whereas if there's somebody they dislike and like the evidence is strong but not clear, they might go against them. And so it's just really hard. And I've heard it suggested that there should just be outside people who are not poker players, but are like, you know, experienced in the legal world, for example. And I just think that non-poker players, poker's too unintuitive for non-poker players to get. They just don't get it. So I don't think, I haven't heard a great solution proposed, to be honest. Daniel, am I watching House of Dragon? I watched the first season and I will watch the second season. I didn't love it. But you know, I enjoyed it enough. And my wife watches with me, which is like, basically I watch shows now if my wife watches them, because otherwise, I don't know. I don't like spend time hanging out alone watching TV. Yeah, Lucky. We're talking about Thai food now. Lucky Thai's okay. I like Weira Thai. I think that's how you pronounce it. Maybe differently. I think that's, of the ones in Vegas, my favorite I've had so far, but still not as good as 10 places in Vancouver. Anyway, I haven't watched the second season of House of Dragon because I like to wait till they're all out. Breaking Bad, I watched all of. I liked it. I mean, I liked it quite a bit. I didn't think it was like a top 5 show of all time, but I mean, top 15 shows that I've watched, yes. So I liked it a lot, just not quite as much as some of the world. PLO hurts. Any chance they'll be playing Omaha for roles in the Galfon Challenge? It's really tough. I would like to. He seems like a really fun player to play against. But now, like, I'm not traveling for the Galfond Challenge. He doesn't live in the U.S. I doubt he wants to come to the U.S. to play on WSOP.com for 3 months. But I mean, if he wants to, I'll play. Tendus, have you ever experienced Men the Cheater firsthand? Yeah, so Men the Master, my first summer in Vegas, so I was 21. I was playing in a tournament, and I was at men's table. Uh, I don't know. I mean, it was, like a 3K no limit. And I called somebody down. It was another like online player. I called him down, and he had like a set. And I mucked my hand, and Men goes into the muck. He grabs my hand and he flips it up, and he says, "I have to make sure you're not colluding." And the dealer didn't do anything. Nobody did anything. I didn't know to speak up for myself at that age. I was too new. But yeah, that's my experience with Men. He keeps the games honest. Yeah, Adderall is. I mean, a lot of players, I think, have a prescription because they're diagnosed with ADD, ADHD. I think I could be diagnosed, but I have not been. And I think I've taken Adderall like 5 times, and I've always played the best poker in my life. But I'm too scared to get addicted or like need it, so I don't do it. I really like L-tyrosine. Um, I've tried a lot of different supplements that claim to help with focus, clarity, etc. And I'm sure they make a difference. That's the only one that I've noticed. Like it's hard to notice. There's so much noise, but that's the only one I've noticed makes a difference. Day new, yeah. This is the 888 poker software used by WSOP.com. News, how many players do you know that use marijuana as a performance enhancer? A lot. I don't know how much of a performance enhancer it is, but a lot more players that I know of use that than Coke. Phil, you have a hand in businesses that are non-poker, not at all in the similar space. No, I don't. Haven't done anything outside of poker when it comes to business. I would like to, but I'd like to get better. Well, to be honest, I was saying earlier in the stream, like I actually don't love business. I love playing poker and I love coaching. Business can get kind of, I don't know, grindy, like less, I don't know. It's less rewarding for me so far. So yeah, maybe I don't want to get into it. I haven't had a ton of interesting hands. And just as I say that, I think that probably on this double flush draw board, this is good for one more street. And then check river. Matthew, good night. I appreciate you. Ten deuce. Yeah, I don't. Well, I guess I've talked about it, but I don't even drink coffee anymore. I don't like caffeine. Personally, nothing against it for other people. Adam says, tagged you on Instagram, LOL. Add me on Instagram. I want to be a run at once coach. Did you DM me and say that? And I hope that I will see it. I'm pretty bad at Instagram, but I'm trying to get better at at it. Like don't check the DMs, like, you know. But try me. All right, we call a 3-bet, flop top pair. Third pot bet, easy call. So we have 2x pot left. I mean, it seems like we just got to go with this. Bet turn jam river. At which point, I mean, I probably wouldn't go. Well, I certainly wouldn't go thinner than king 10. So this is about as thin as I'd go. 3 on the river brings hearts home. Beat queens, I beat jacks, I beat 10s, I beat 9x. I don't think he has a 3. He'll certainly have a flush, but I block that. I don't know. I think it's value jam. I mean, we have a little over half pot. Old Czar, I skipped your question. Let me see if I can. Okay, do you think the pre-flop strat for live, 10% rake on GTO Wizard is good enough to follow for 2-5 live? Also, the post-flop analysis is for 50 NL is studying that good enough for 2-5 NL live. So yeah, I think that, like, so I believe that the way to study solvers is to pull concepts from them, not precise ranges, and try to memorize specific strategies. Oof, I guess it was too thin if he tanked all the way down with king queen. I wonder, so what would be, so I guess if he's taking king queen, that means he thinks my minimum value is 2 pair because I don't have ace king. Anyway, that's too bad. Yeah, so I think the way to study solvers is just to focus on concepts and like fundamentals and understand how the game works. And then especially at like 2-5 live, I mean, I would deviate from what solvers say to do all the time based on my opponent's, even pre-flop, but especially post-flop. So I wouldn't try to play like the solver post-flop at all, but I'd want to understand it. So I think any of those are good enough to understand why the solver's doing what it's doing, if you know what you're looking for. And then just play however you want. Stellar Nebula, have you spent much time playing, studying, and I'll do 7 single draw of all the games in the PPC? That's what I found most interesting. Would love to play Big O someday too. I haven't spent a lot of time. Weird, I just had deja vu. I haven't spent a lot of time playing it, but or studying it. I've played a little bit of it. I mean, I won a bracelet in Deuce 7 single draw. I've played a lot of Deuce 7 triple draw, and so I don't know. I've looked at the general math, and to be honest, I don't like the game. I think it's like there's some cool parts of it, but there's no hand reading. Like what I love about poker the most is seeing cards. So flops, turns, and rivers, or in stud, which I suck at. You know, different players up cards and reading based on their betting patterns and the cards that come out, what type of hand they have. And in draw games, there's none of that. And especially in single draw, there's just like, there are only a couple of things you can do. So it's not like there's just not really hand reading. And so I don't love it. Yeah, there's no PLO action right now. I'm on some wait lists. And No Limit Hold'em's not going well for me, so probably be good to rescue myself with some PLO. I was going to say there's somebody sitting at 5,100, but it's me. King 7,
at this point, I think is good enough to bet. Value cutting against this guy. Too good. Who is Prince of Poker? I don't know. Victor, hey Phil, how are you and the family? Love your first episode of the new show and same production value. Keep it up. Thank you. Yeah, we put a lot of time and money into it. Glad you liked it. And me and the family are good. Farah is playing a lot of poker this summer. I'm hanging home and, well, doing this now. Tomorrow, what day is it? Saturday. Okay. I'll be okay tomorrow. Not going to miss anything if I sleep in. But I probably won't sleep in because that's just what happens. So I'll just sleep badly. 10 deuce, no problem. Thank you for the questions. Andrew is trying to get me to drink more water. Yeah, I'm generally a very thirsty person, but I don't want to have to take a million bathroom breaks, which we're at risk of here. Because you guys leave when I go to the bathroom. Oh, Adam, your smack homes. I missed that. The guy that rolled you hard, lol. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I thought my hand was kind of clear value bet, which makes his hand a clear call, but I'm probably wrong. So, or I could be wrong. Asker Gaming, Phil, why not make a crypto site with crypto and VPN? You can't tell what the player's from, so you could bypass the regulations. I don't want to go to jail. Just like, I'm not eager to have a 1 in 300 chance of going to jail. I don't know if that's what it is, but like, there's no amount of risk that, or rather, there's no amount of reward that would make me want to take that risk. I think. Actually, there's probably an amount, or like a thing. No, Adrian, I've never played at Park Casino. Daniel, no, I think the high roller PLO 25K is today. Is there still a 50K? I don't know. I wasn't planning on playing them. Any live events, although I'm being talked into the main. $12.02. That's a new high that I've seen. Thanks for being here, everybody. I kind of want to get back to getting wrecked heads up. It's more fun. Just seems like a bad idea. Old Czar, no problem. Thanks for the question. You're all very polite. I think not every stream audience is like that, so I'm going to take it as a compliment. Philip says, do you think your run-at-once courses are an option for playing 5-5 PLO live when there are 4 to 5 players seeing every flop, or are you more just trying to make the nuts? Look, I certainly think it could help. And actually,
for those stakes and that like style of play, you could just sign up for Essential, which is $25 a month. So really not a big investment. And there are some videos from people who play live poker, but a lot of it is online, but it's still like online in games that, 3 people are seeing the flop a lot, or a lot more, and not playing as well as they do at higher stakes. So without knowing more about your situation, my guess would be run once Essential. I think Elite at $200 a month is probably not worth it for you in your situation, because like if you were playing games if you were playing those stakes, but the games played similarly to higher stakes games, I would think it'd still be worth it, just because the coaches we have are so good. But I don't think it's a good idea now. Daniel, someone call up to Blaz to give him PLO action. He's probably playing the 25K, but he would give me action. That'd be very fun. Vicky P, thank you. I'm not sure. All right. I am Prince of Poker. Tyler Montoya, 22-year-old online kid. Congrats on being here at 22. Very cool. I'm curious what was your poker journey like? I mean, I know that's a hard thing to answer, but what got you started, and what do you attribute your kind of rise to? Rabbit Hunt's pretty fun. The Great, yeah, no PLO action. I mean, there are 2 2550 PLO tables that I'm on the wait list for. I used to be playing Heads Up No Limit 2550 and a 6-handed 5100 PLO. And so I left the 2550 PLO tables. But then when I lost that action, well, I wish I had it back. Let's just call here. Clear call. Well, I think it's a clear call. It's not a fold. I don't think you want to raise a hand like this. 10 deuce, that's very kind. Thank you. I am. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the second episode on Friday too. If you guys haven't seen the first one, I mean, well, yeah, watch it whenever. Dexter Abraham asks, you recently did a group coaching. Do you plan to do another one or a live event? Yeah, so I am right now, I was saying at the very beginning of this stream, was talking privately to a few people about it, but I'm about to launch a completely revamped version of the group coaching that I'm super excited about. And you can, if you're a mid to high stakes player, and mid to high stakes pro, I would say, or very serious player, or nosebleed for that matter, you can DM me on Instagram and say that you'd like to hear about the coaching, and I'll talk to you about it and see if it makes sense for you. But otherwise, I'll announce it all early next week, which is just in a few days. I think I probably want to keep betting this. It's kind of weird quality of hand, because I don't feel great about betting the river, and I'm out of position. So like in position, I'd feel good about this. William Fang, Phil, do you miss the rush of playing super high stakes cash? I mean, it hasn't been that long since I played, but yes, I mean, I love it. Okay. Interesting. I don't know about that sizing. 50K starts Tuesday. 50K PLO starts Tuesday. I'm going to play the main on Wednesday, I think, with my wife. Although it is a 2-day, so maybe I could
Ender's Game, does PokerStars not fight bots? Yeah, they fight bots. They do it pretty well, I believe. Gab. I didn't know NASCAR drivers did that, but I guess it makes sense. Arjun, where's Solsky? He come back to Rio. No, he last we spoke to him. We try all the time. He's not interested in making videos, but his old videos are still really good. So, going back to watch those, he was certainly ahead of his time. Shane, thank you very much for the kind words. Smackums had King 10. It's a weird river spot. I mean, like, so many of these spots are weird to me. Bot Donkey, good night. How do I want to play this? Let's just check one. I have a lot of messages to respond to. Check again on the ace. A lot of people asking about Pensolsky. Brett M. Was moderating Airball Berkey the most painful thing you've done in the last few years? LOL. Not the most painful, but it was pretty rough. Like I've arbitrated for a few different like situations, and I've also actually this is the second one that was a pain in the ass. But I've also obviously been a part of a lot of matches and had people who would arbitrate things, and I just like usually the arbitrator's not even needed, and if they are needed, it's usually for a quick thing and easy. But this was like, I mean, it was babysitting, so it was not fun. I played on Global Poker. I tried it out many years ago, and didn't seem too bad. But I don't know much about it. Warren, the youngsters have a cognitive advantage, but it requires discipline and other mental skills. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously you slow down as you age, but I think you make up for that in experience. Like, until, how do I put this? I maybe should have bet that river, by the way. Unless there are these like big advancements in tools, which I mean there have been, but like I'm still of the generation that can keep up with the tools that the kids are using today. But until there's like a big advancement that kind of leaves a generation behind, the best players are going to keep up, in my opinion. TD, yeah, I am going to play the main, but not any other WSOP tourneys. But yeah, did you? Okay, rapidly climbing to 1K online. Was stuck at 100 NL for 2 years. Usually don't play 5K. Oh, thank you very much. Well, I'm now glad that you stacked me. There's another question I saw. Oh, hey Phil, I'm from Gab. Currently in the process of running my own game in Fairfield County, Connecticut, not close to the casinos. Any advice? So I've never run my own game. I know people who do.
make sure you're well versed in the laws there. There are sometimes like small nuances where just by making a little bit of a change in your game structure, you can be within the law. Whereas, like so for example, here, I believe here in Nevada, you can't take rake in a home game, but otherwise you're okay. And you can't, or I think the technical rule is something like nobody can profit off of the running of the game, which I believe technically also means you can't be like, well, it's gray, I think. Actually, I'm kind of talking out of my ass. So this is one thing I've heard from one person, but I think it's kind of gray as far as, if like a dealer can make money, but obviously you have to pay dealers. So yeah. But yeah, like I would look into the laws there. But I don't have a lot of experience, to be honest. T, nice run up from 100 NL. I'm sure you worked hard to make that happen. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm going to mix it up. Small bet. I'm just going to call. I guess we're slow playing / pot controlling. Now we have the nuts. Rashad says, for your big poker coaching group from mid stakes to nosebleeds, what's mid stakes? I would say like like 500 online. So 500 no limit or PLO online. Or like 510. 510 live might be a little small. And then for tournaments, honestly, I don't really know. I don't really know. We were up against 10-10. That's such an unlucky river for him. I don't feel too bad because you stacked me previously, but otherwise I would. At 10 deuce, I heard that too. He said, best story I heard about men was during a WSOP tournament. The power went out. Once the power returned, JRP yelled out, "We have a new chip leader, men the master." JRP is really funny. I remember, I mean, this is not that great a story. But I remember he showed up at a tournament I was playing. I think it was like 10K Dealer's Choice a year or two ago. And he, got there pretty late. It's kind of towards the end of late registration. He shows up, he gives the dealer his, his seat card. And the dealer says, I need a photo ID. And he didn't have it. So he is looking through his pockets and he's just like, "Look, man, this is my photo ID." And he said it with enough confidence that it worked. Matty G asks, what's the difference, main difference between elite and essential membership? So basically at Run It Once, we release 2 videos every day. And if you're elite, you get access to both of those videos every day. Of the 14 we release in a week, I believe 8 are elite and 6 are essential. meaning that if you're part of Essential, you only get the 6. You only get access to the 6 that are Essential. And the Essential videos are in lower stakes games from coaches who are great, but at lower stakes games. Whereas like Elite, we have guys like, Jason Kuhn, Jeremy Osmus, Justin Bonomo, Jungle Man, Dan Smith. I'm forgetting some. I hate that but like a lot of high rollers. Seth Davies. Anyway, so like, real crushers at the highest stakes. Which ooh. There's a seat. Oh, I didn't realize this was 51. Oh no, don't. Did I just misclick not get the seat? I'd be so upset. Oh, it seems like the game's breaking anyway. Oh, weird. So it said that it was a 51 game, but it's not a 51 game. It's a 25-50 game. So that was a tease. I didn't think I was on the wait list for a. I mean, it's broken. It won't let me sit anywhere. I'm trying every seat, and it says, sorry, another player has occupied this seat. Right. There are ghosts in every seat, so I'm not going to be able to play. Maybe they'll start I'll sit at a new 25-50 in case anybody's eager. Hey, Andy says there's never going to be a big leap from the tools we have now. Yeah, not in GTO wise, but I think in user experience wise, and actually like the ability to teach from the GTO concepts. I think that we'll use AI to be able to kind of speak English or whatever language the user wants to explain solver strategies rather than just show them. Old Czar, any courses or books you'd recommend to beat 25NL 500 cap? Thanks for answering my previous questions. No problem. If you haven't checked out From the Ground Up on Run It Once by Peter Clark, it's really good and pretty inexpensive. And it is like some of the beginning of it might be too basic for you, but I think, like by the end, it's really good stuff. All right, so interesting flop here after I call the 4-bet. It's like slightly tempting to raise to make the hand easier to play, but I think this is just a check call. Another PLO seat opens. Let's see if they let me sit. They do. Okay. Check, check, ace, river. Kind of think I have the best hand. I'm going to third pot. I don't think, I think that big is too thin. But, oh no. That speed of call is no good. I thought I was up against like jacks. Queens. But anyway, that's fine. It's a fine amount to lose with that hand. Nice hand, nice hand. Okay, let's go to table view. Mike is correct. Okay, all is well, it seems. Now it's harder to read this. I guess I'll just flat sixes. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm trying to make my. Sorry. Trying to make the text bigger in this. Okay, view. Nope, I want to do that here. Just kind of moving the chat away from me. I need to make it bigger because I'm old now. Okay. Okay, we'll fold sixes. Gonna check back aces with a king. It's just hard to get called by a lot of stuff when I block the king as well. And now, I mean, I just don't really think I should be slow playing any king X. A the Great, any PLO heads up challenge in the near future? No, I would love one. One level up guy on a scale of 1 to 10. How unfortunate do you think that the very home grounds of a beautiful game like poker is pretty much struggling to have it grow, online and offline? 8. And I mean, it's unfortunate because kind of, you know, it's their own doing. Okay, and Connecticut no rake is allowed. Dealers can accept tips, but are you close enough to Foxwood? Okay. Gav says my game will absolutely be illegal, but there's a thriving local poker room here next door. About themselves, cops don't seem to care anymore. Yeah, there's always like a weird. I don't like when that happens where there's like laws or rules that don't get enforced because they punish people who are unwilling to break them. I mean, I can't bring myself to fold ace 10 10 7 nut suit. I don't know if it's supposed to be a fold, but if it is, then you know, if this call's wrong, I don't want to be right. Ocean Sun, Mr. Alphon was not putting tournaments on Rio. Your largest professional regret. No, and you'll learn more about that next Friday on Galfond episode 2. Ryan, hi Phil, I dealt to you on day one of Maine in 2014. You were the 1 seed. I believe Mike McDonald was also at the table. Interesting day one draw. You're a pleasure to deal to. Thank you very much. I'm saddened by how often dealers tell me how much of a pleasure I am to deal to, because it means that, you know, people are pretty shitty to dealers, which I, you know, kind of knew, but, you know, I don't do anything extraordinary. I just am polite and friendly. Nemo, are you usually up this late, Phil? No, I'm not. This is way past my bedtime. Oh my God, it's 1. I didn't even notice. I usually go to bed at 8:30, so I am going to be wrecked tomorrow.
knew I should have played a hand that I didn't think I should. I do think we are reaching the end of our night if nothing gets very exciting. And by very exciting, I mean heads up 5100 PLO. We're about 6 hours in, not bad. Not bad for an old man. Ooh. Well, another 2550 PLO table. I don't know if that's going to be enough to do it. And the stacks are short. I don't get to play much poker these days, so like it's easy to continue playing and pass the time because I love to play poker. Hey Bruce, yeah, we're on a 5-minute delay. I guess this is a fold against that size. Nice hand, nice hand. Oh, fish, I missed the rabbit hunt. Queen 3 suited, I don't know about that. I guess, I mean, yeah, this seems right. Had 10-6. And I don't really want to play you heads up after you told me that. You usually play 1K now. And I guess you're up 5K, so I can't ruin you. Not that 5 buy-ins at your normal game would ruin you. You get the idea. We'll go 2/3, 2/3. Justin Lee, do you have any advice on bluffing the right amount on the river? It's very hard to answer that without knowing where you're at, because it's going to be a different answer depending on, what you do and don't know. He could be thinking about whether or not he should raise an 8. Or he could be thinking about calling an ace or weaker. Andrew, get some water, salt, do some stretching before bed. That all sounds like good ideas. Good looking out. You have the 4 and the 9. Good blockers. Andrew, thank you. Cal, I'm glad you liked the first one. The second one's a lot better. Now that I keep saying that because honestly, the first one made me uncomfortable. But I know it was well done, and so I'm gonna try to stop saying that. Sean Cook, any comment on DNIG's 7th bracelet? Yeah, I was saying earlier that I'm really happy for him that he kind of got the monkey off his back and won one, after the little run bad drought. I didn't want him to win that one because Bryce Yaki was in my group coaching program and I was rooting for him. But that aside, it's awesome. And I mean, again, I didn't want him to win that one because of Bryce, but it's an awesome one for him to what a good one for him to kind of end the run bad on. Jack 7, it's interesting. Plastic, I'm glad you found my channel too. All right, good game. Perfect. Good playing with you. Well played. I'm gonna wrap up. No, it's perfect. No, it's perfect timing. So if you catch the end of the stream, I honestly, I've wanted to quit and I haven't. So I am gonna wrap it up. I timed out here. That's okay. I'll just time out everywhere. No, I won't waste their time. Thank you all for watching. Genuinely, I'm excited that this. I had higher ambitions for the view count, but it doesn't really matter. And I'm happy so many of you were here for this impromptu stream that I did not give anybody a warning about. Thanks for the great questions and positivity. I mean, if you like this and you've tuned in for the last hour or two, go back and watch the rest. We had a 6-hour stream here, which I'm sure will be up shortly. All right. Take care, everybody. Good luck at the WSOP or wherever you're playing. And I hope to see you soon. Probably, I don't know when. There's a week of online streaming. There's a week of online tournaments back to back to back for bracelets that I'm thinking about doing. But first, I'm going to go play the